Another episode. Okay, welcome to another episode of the Philly Old Head Review. Today we have been invited back to World Class MMA here in Philadelphia to interview the professor, the doctor, the Grandmaster Sayfullaah and Many, and 4 decades of his students. We're going to introduce, or his students are going to introduce themselves and answer some questions that were pre-selected by the professor himself. And we're going to go along for the ride. So, Professor?
How's everybody doing? I am Sayfullaah and Many. Good brother here, Omar, put doctor in there, but I'm not going to escape from that. But I'm glad that everybody can join us for these series of interviews. I want to introduce myself, first of all, as a student of the martial arts. I started training in 1965 under Yates and McBride, the Forest McKinley Karate Association, Karate Club, and my dear good brother, I have to mention him, Derek William Kiyoshi. We started back together. We're still together after all these years, doing good things for the martial arts society. I asked my students to come together from the last interview because they gave me a full chance to tell their stories of how they, met me and some of the experiences that they had with me. Myself, I want to just thank the teachers, some of the teachers, Walter Yates and Nathaniel McBride, and then coming to Philadelphia, Ernest Paramore, Sensei Usman Abdul Salam, James Mitchell, Osby Wright, people who I've come to know and gained a lot from. Sergeant Hines from Naval Base, John McCleary, John Daniel, Salahuddin Muhammad, so many instructors that I've benefited from. And these students that are here with me today, as well as they have benefited from me, I have benefited from them. So it's their show, it's their story about their experiences with me. And hopefully that, these experiences will be answer the question of how can this be beneficial to the youth in our society today. Omar, you have it.
All right, so now we're going to go and start introducing the students from the decade of the 70s.
Hey, my name is Howard James Sheehan, and I've been training with Grandmaster, or Kiyoshi as we call him now, since the late 70s. And pretty much I have enjoyed training with him. I've learned a lot from him. He was not your ordinary type of person that you would train with in a commercial school. He was a lot different and a lot more effective. So that's why I'm here today to answer whatever questions you might have.
So how did you meet the professor? How did you meet him?
I met him at the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. I was working out in the exercise room, just doing exercises. And they had a self-defense class going out in the lobby. So I'd watch him from time to time, then I decided to participate. And the next thing I know, I was at the dojo on 52nd Street, fighting in tournaments, and I had never expected to do that, but that's how I met him. He was teaching a self-defense course at the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia.
How was he as a professor?
Oh, he was outstanding. He was, like I said, he was not your usual professor. He, from day one, walking in the door, he was bringing the heat. So when you trained with him, he had a reputation in the city of Philadelphia. So when I said I was training with him, I was at a gas station one time, and they said, "Ooh, you train with him? He's a warrior." And I said, "Yeah, I know, because we trained hard, we had to exercise hard, we had to practice kata, we had to practice fighting, we had to practice self-defense, We had to practice breaking. We focused on all those, and he didn't want you coming soft. He wanted you to bring it like you were really in a battle or what have you.
So did you ever get a chance to have a fight with him? Or were you used as a Yuki in demonstration?
Well, both.
How was it?
I had the uke form over and over again all the time, and a lot of times, and then I had to fight him because when I finally made black belt, he was a super lightweight kickboxing champion, and he had a boxing sparring partner, but he wanted all his black belts to fight him at the end of every class. So we would always debate who's gonna go first. So I would raise my hand real fast because I wanted to get my spanking out of the way. And we would debate whether we should fight him while he's fresh or fight him while he's warmed up. And it didn't matter, so I would always want to go first so I wouldn't have to watch the other guys take that spanking he was going to give me. But that was a very good experience though.
Have you ever witnessed a professor in a live situation, whether in a tournament or actual street fight?
Not in in tournaments, and also when he fought Patrick Cruz in New York for the super lightweight kickboxing championship. I think he knocked him out with a spinning wheel kick, and that was the only time I saw him really fighting. And actually, I never told you this, Professor Kiyoshi, but Apache got a good a punch in on him and woke him up. So his eyes lit up. Right after that, he knocked him out. so, you could tell that look he had when he was getting ready to get really fierce. So, I saw him fight in a fight, and I saw him compete in tournaments as well. Very good, very good.
Outside of training, how is he as a person?
Oh, he's the best person you want to know. It's a whole total different thing in the dojo than just talking to him on the street, having lunch with him or breakfast, like Sensei Bill and I took him to his favorite breakfast not too long ago, spot downtown. He's a totally different person. You wouldn't think he was the warrior that he is, but because one thing about him, when he asks you for something, you can believe that it ain't for him. It's for the betterment of somebody else. Every time, if he asked any of his students for money, it was so he can build the dojo, so he can help his other students, so he can help the community with the youth and so forth. So he has a real good heart, good person.
What type of impact did the training that you had with him have on your life? What impact did it have on your life?
Well, it made me more confident. It helped me physically, and at my age, I'm 72 right now, and over the years, just doing even though I had retired for a while, about a decade, just doing the basic kicks and punches and exercises under his tutelage, understanding that how important that is, that kept my health up to, I believe, to while I'm in such good shape now for my age, anyway.
Have you ever had to use the techniques that you learned in real life situation?
No, actually I haven't.
That's good, though.
Pardon me?
That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's good. I haven't had to actually use it. But I'll say one thing though, we were ready to use it because when we used to leave the Federal Reserve Bank, the African American Museum was across the street and they had these pillars. So he would always tell us to be alert around our surroundings. So three black belts were at the Federal Reserve Bank. When we came out, if you were walking lackadaisically down the street, he might jump out from behind a pillar and Oizuki Jodan. And if you missed the block, you was hit. So we had to deal with that. And you found all the black belts walking around looking over their shoulder from that point on.
Do you think that the professor's training could have a positive effect on the youth in our present society, our present time?
Oh, absolutely. Matter of fact, that's the reason I came out of retirement, so to speak, because the professor said he wanted his old black belt student to come and help him build this dojo, and one of the major focuses was for the youth in the city. And looking around and seeing what our youth have gone through. I mean, I grew up in the Johnson Project in North Central Philadelphia, and what we was going through, some of the things we can share with them, but what Grandmaster can do is the type of training he does will help these kids get some discipline, have something to do, and let them know they don't have to be violent, but they can be ready to protect themselves, and just help them be disciplined, strong, and mentally, physically, and spiritually.
Next student. Introduce yourself, tell us how you met the professor.
My name is Buford Cofer, Sheehan. My name is Buford Culver, Sheehan. I met Kiyoshi in the 70s, training at Greater Philadelphia Karate Institute under Sensei Uthman Salam. Training at Sensei Uthman Salam. It was like New York style. I had been searching for a martial arts school. I wanted to join ISKF at that time was JKA school, Mr. Okazaki, but they were too rigid. It didn't look like something I could use if I had to get into a real fight. And there was a demonstration of this school called Tong Dojo from New York. And these guys, they were doing Shotokan Karate, but they flowed like they were in a movie. So I said, wow, who are those guys? Then I found out that the school on 60th and Chestnut, the instructor was from Tong Dojo. And I said, well, I'm going over there. So I went there to train, and at that school, when we trained, it was really that if you didn't come out with a busted lip or something, you ain't trained that night. You know, you're a pussyfoot. Excuse me, sir. And then I met Kiyoshi through their training at that school. That's also through Uthman Salam and Kiyoshi, I met Dr. Moses Powell, and I learned a few Snooker's rules techniques from Dr. Moses Powell back in the 70s. That's when Kiyoshi was beginning to train with Dr. Moses Powell. I left Sensei Uthman Salam and went to, at that time, it was still under the JKA, which became the ISKF, Mr. Okazaki School, and I trained there up to Sandan, but through those trainings, through Kiyoshi, I would have to take tests. So I had to test on katas and techniques. So I would call Kiyoshi, and I said, look, at that time, he's had so many names at that time. I called him Shaka. I said, look, Shaka, I gotta take this test, and I need to know Wasai Dai or Kunku Dai, MP. So he said, good, brother, just like he is now. He said, we'll go out in the park. So I said, okay. So we go out in the park, and we'll practice that kata. And he said, no, before that's not it. So then I pass it until I get it, and then I go back to Mr. Uzaki and pass the test. So I said, okay, yeah, this brother's good. So then I kind of got disenchanted with Mr. Uzaki for a minute. And I started training with Kiyoshi on 52nd Street. And training on 52nd Street, it was rough. You went in there, if you weren't ready to train, then you would catch it. So, through that, as Sheehan Howard said, I kind of retired from training with karate for a minute. But I had a goal, and I asked God what I wanted. And I got a phone call from Kiyoshi. He said, look, Buford, I got a situation for you. I said, yeah. He said, come train with me, and you'll be what you need to be. I said, okay. And also Kiyoshi trained with Kiyoshi John McClary, who also trained at ISKF. That's how I also know. I used to tell Kiyoshi, I said, I got somebody I would really like to see you fight. And he said, who? I said, I want to see you fight John McClary. And lo and behold, they did get a chance to fight, and Kiyoshi beat him. I was shocked. But, now we train now. So you have another question?
How is he as a professor in martial arts?
Okay. I used to talk about this brother to my friends. I would tell my brother, my friends, I said, I train with this brother. He does karate like they do in the movies, only it's not fake. He hits you with the stuff that you see. He do stuff. He jump up in the air, spin around, kick you in the head, knock you over the table. Just like you see in the movies. And they say, yeah, yes. So one day on 52nd Street, because I used to think, I said, I'm gonna get him. I can get him. So one day we're training, and this is when I learned this. And I hope anyone that trains will listen to this. I said, we're sparring. I said, yeah. No, he did something, we did something. So, two things happened that day. We got tangled up, and he threw a punch, and I blocked him. He said, oh. That's his thing, oh. So I said, okay, I'm picking it up. We sparring. He backed me up to the wall, and I went to attack him. He spun, and I just happened to sidestep slightly. He missed me and kicked a hole in the wall. I said, oh my God, really hit me with that kick. So now I'm still thinking I could get him. We sparring. I blocked him text again. I said, yeah, I can get him. He did the exact same thing. And only person I ever saw throw a Mawashigeri. Mawashigeri is a roundhouse kick. He threw a Mawashigeri that came over my head and tagged me right on a nerve in the back of my jaw. And I could never understand how he did that. So I said, okay, one thing I learned to do with Kiyoshi is don't push him. And the more you push him, the faster he gets. And the more and you think you're gonna get him, you're not gonna get him. So, next question.
Well, you answered the next question. Have you ever witnessed them in a real life situation, either in tournament or street fight?
Well, I haven't. God bless, I haven't ever seen him really have to use his skill in a street fight. But in a tournament, Kiyoshi and I was Uki. We practiced this technique. I mean, we worked on this technique. I said, okay. And we worked and we said, okay, we're gonna do this and we're gonna win the tournament with this technique. So when it came time for us to demonstrate, I got amped up. I was amped. I was ready. Yeah, we're gonna do this. So when it came time for me to attack him, I was so amped that I overdid what we were supposed to do. But this also when I realized this man is a really, really good martial artist. He changed what he needed to do, and then he was able to tell the people, because you're supposed to be able to tell the people what you did. He totally changed the technique and then told them exactly what he did. I said, wow, he had to change it totally. I said, yeah. Then we did a demonstration where I put a cigarette in my mouth. He put on a blindfold. He took a pair of nunchucks, the Bruce Lee one, pop, and knocked the cigarette out of my mouth. Now, that's how much confidence I had in this brother. That I let him take a real pair of nunchucks and knock a cigarette out of my mouth.
So, as a person, I assume you trust him a lot. You tell me, how is he as a person?
As a person, I also tell my friends. I have a friend, his brother, and at the time I didn't know he was a musician, so I didn't say that part. But I said, this brother does two things, and in this one, Islam first, and martial arts. And this brother is for real, you know. I train with him, and then he'll show me a snooker's root technique here or there, and then he'll mix the snooker's root technique with some karate, and you think, it looks like, okay, you can do that. And then when you go at him, and he does a technique, you say, oh man, that really hurts, that works.
Okay. What type of impact has he had training with him, has he had on your life?
I really respect Kiyoshi. The other day we had a really good talk, and we were talking about the way people are in society now, things, how people are just forget respect for themselves, respect for their upbringing, respect for their God. And we had a really good discussion, and I love him like a brother. And I feel as though like the training that he does now, going back to Sensei Uthman Salam, the thing that we did was, that Umar Salam did was the training for children. He had a demonstration team of children that was out of this world, and that was Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi, when I first started training with him, he had these little guys, they were like little soldiers. You call them out, they could do kata, and then they do kumite, and then they do self-defense, and these little brothers were like learning to be young men.
So from that point, I assume you believe that his training can have a positive effect on the youth of today?
Yes, because, excuse me, I'm a retired educator. I don't usually say teacher. I usually say educator. And in my class, I try to always teach the children to the respect, how to be good people. And Kiyoshi, I feel as though, is that kind of person. And with the training and the things that he teaches, if you listen, you will become a better person.
I thank you for your stories. Next student.
Hello, my name is Thomas Harper. My rank is 9th Dan. My rank is 9th Dan. Basically, I got started martial arts in 1970. I met the professor shortly afterwards. My original art was judo, and then I started taking Shotokan under Grandmaster Ernest Palmer in Shotokan. And I think when his name was Eric Blair at the time, when Professor came to us, it was a little different from everyone else. He wasn't tamed yet, and that's the best way to put it. Because when we got him, first of all, we were pretty wild. Grandmaster Sayfullaah and myself, we used to go around picking fights with everyone that was into martial arts. So we thought I thought I was the black Bruce Lee at the time. So, and Grandmaster Sayfullaah thought he was Masoyama. So basically, we used to go to Ozzie Wright School on 57th Street on Thursdays for fight night. We used to go to other schools. We even met, we were talking earlier, we met Byung Hung Yu, who was one of the fighters in the old days. And we went to his school, and believe it or not, we had our way with him. But the thing about professors, when we got him, he was untamed. I remember the first day I met him, we were in class, and it was Shotokan. It was traditional Shotokan for us. And when he came in, he didn't speak to anyone. And if any of you have ever read Bushido the Warrior's Code, or Musashi Miyamoto's Book of Five Rings, and the traditional Japanese culture of discipline and respect and things pertaining to that culture, that was him. When he walked in, he just walked in, he didn't speak to anybody. We were looking like, all right, who's this guy? And he would bow, then we'd go through class, and then all of a sudden when it started, it was like, oh wow, what's going on? And just to make a long story short, what we would end up doing is going through the bunkai for different types of technique that we would do. And he would demonstrate, we would see what the bunkai actually was. We would go through the Shotokan kata techniques, but you're used to doing the techniques and really not knowing what you were doing. But by the end of the class with Professor Sayfullaah, you'd have fingers up your nose, your eyes being gouged out, and I mean, it was so bad. It was different at the time. We even went through a little bit, you don't mind me?
Go ahead, okay.
We went through a period whereas he pretty much had the police call on him because of the way that he was beating people up in the class. There was a group of us that loved it, but there were parents that didn't. They thought it was abuse, it was child abuse. So it didn't really change anything, but ultimately there ended up being maybe 2 to 3 of us that came to class. That was myself, Grandmaster Sayfullaah, and Howard Woodward, and Charles Roberson. So it was so crazy. What he would do was teach us Sanchin breathing. He would teach us different aspects, and we would have to stand there, and he would hit us with drop kicks. He would punch us. He would literally. It was like he lived a movie through us at the time. But I think it was through us that he had to learn. All right, he had to calm it down because there were legal problems. But it was needed for us because we were those guys that thought we were in the movies when we were training, and we were going around looking for fights. And so the discipline he brought to us, for one, did tame us and calm us. And that was the initial meetings that I had with him.
One thing, Tommy was right, because I got put out there. So
That's right, you did.
I got kicked out. I was too rough. They said for the children, for the training. And what happened was on the night that we trained, when I first got there, it was, like John, Tommy, all of it. It was a very nice, full dojo. I said, oh, this is good. And it's the first dojo that I've been invited to. And there's another story how I got invited to that dojo. It was a fight that happened that got me into that dojo, but I'll tell you another time. But anyway, but what it wound up being is on the night that I came, the other students, except for those 3 or 4, would come and peep in the window. And they saw the window steamed up, because we was steamed over when it was up. And they saw the window steamed up, they said, oh, they knew that I was in there, they wouldn't come to class. Those 3 had the heart, those 4 had the heart to stay, and I appreciate that, because we actually trained. I always believe when I was taught karate, I wasn't taught karate for sport. I was taught in New York that karate came for 1 or 2 purposes. That's to maim or to kill.
That was a mouthful. So, have you ever witnessed them doing the actual fight, whether in training or real life?
Yeah, in training, we witnessed it every day.
Yeah.
At the end of class, he took on the whole class at the same time and beat us all pretty badly. And later, it will become a part of my training. I was one of the first guys that really incorporated the whole MMA aspect into training. So at the end of class, when I was a trainer, I would fight the whole class. And so a lot of what he taught me. And probably the biggest thing I got from him was the notion of respect and discipline, and that people are just people. Because as all of you get into the world and you start meeting people with titles and things of that nature, and I call them pseudo-intellectual tough guys that are usually nothing without a title. And he made me realize that each one of us is just as great as the greatest executive in some company. You take the title away, and that was what the discipline of martial arts gave us. So it molded my character.
So you mentioned in the old days he was pretty rough. So how is he as a person? Overall, how is he as a person?
Probably one of the most incredible people I've ever met, because it was different from in class and then out of class. In class, you didn't even speak to him, basically, when we got him. You didn't communicate with him. You did what he told you to do, and if you didn't do it right, there might be some after effect or some problems with it. It was as we got on in time, and I was his second black belt. Grandmaster Sayfullaah was his first black belt. And we progressed to a point whereas we went somewhere probably where he did not go. And for me, I started, probably even before the UFC came out, I started teaching that type of realistic fighting, whereas we didn't punch like this and then you do techniques. We actually fought like boxers and almost with wrestling. And it was kind of that UFC, but my background was judo prior to that. So real judo, moving around on the mat, mixed with boxing, mixed with Shotokan, and I kind of thought I was the black Bruce Lee, like I said. So I started, without actually having a style, I felt that I was creating something that was a byproduct of what I learned from the professor.
What kind of impact did it have on your life overall, learning from him?
Well, it went beyond the training. The training was just the outlet aspect of it helped me a lot, but my life wasn't really great, like I'm pretty sure most of us. I didn't have a family life. So the gym was where I was all the time. That's why I was there every day. So, and also there were some things in my personal life that I needed that to channel me so that certain things would never happen in a certain way. But then I had to relearn to channel the aggression and the physicalness. So, but overall,
So from your own personal experience, how could his training affect the youth of today?
I think they're caught up in what I perceive to be kind of a pseudo-culture that I won't say who initiates it to us, but it doesn't come from us. Our societies are fed something very negative, and we need role models to get us, I call it, to get us out of our ghetto years, because we're so caught up in it. We think it's a badge of honor to be a certain way. And he taught me to not be caught up in the neighborhood and things of that nature.
All right, appreciate that.
Let me say something here. We're ready to go to the next person. All right. Now, I want to thank Linda and Say for coming today. It's very important to see we got all these men. We have no women. I want people to think I didn't train women. But I want to say that initially I didn't train women. I didn't believe a woman can handle it. And it's four women came to my mind whenever I think about training women. Vanessa was the first young lady that I trained when I was in high school. And Vanessa, she was on YouTube or whatever you put it at. I want to tell her, she did a great job, and I also apologize for the roughness, because I beat her half to death, in her training. Then Carol Randall, she was the next one. She was being attacked by her ex-boyfriend or something, so she wanted to train in self-defense, and I used to train her at her home when I was coming from high school, then train her. And then the highest ranking one I got, Dana Watkins. She's a 6th degree black belt to me. I trained her, and her sensei, so they would know. She actually got me to start training women traditionally, because she broke into the dojo, and the police would have to come, and they take her to the hospital, and they told her, Miss, I don't think you should come in this school, because we have to keep on taking you to the hospital. You should leave that school alone. But she was persistent. I put her with the sensei at the salon. She trained at the Tony Do. I put her at the sensei at the salon. And then from there, she came. And I know she don't want me to tell the story, but she bust somebody's head. I saw it at the Reservoir Bank, right? and I said, whoa. And I saw that. It didn't look like she did much. But when that punch came to the blood, she swoop. I said, whoa. I said, I'll never let that woman hit me. So that, after her, I have Vivian. Vivian she trained real well with Gail, right? Earl Wittenberg. These are women, so I want to thank them now and bring them up to Linda Sensei. Now, Linda Sensei is presently, she may say, I called out to retire. Everybody say, I call y'all retired, but she's always been practicing, she's always been supportive, of me, supportive of the dojo. I want to thank her. Many things that we have, and the contribution made, she's right there. So she's traveled. She's one of the top. I got a film of her. She's remember, she put down the naval base, beating this girl up down in the tournament. I got that. I got it. She trained very hard, and even some difficulties, and being a mother, working, and also we all got help situations. She's still coming forward. She's still training, and she's coming here to help at this dojo to teach the women class. So I thank her. That's the next person.
All right. You introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Linda Keller Sensei. I met Sayfullaah in '86. We used to work together. After that, we got married. I have 3 kids by him. I started training with him. I trained when I was pregnant on the floor with all 3 of my kids. When you go train under him, you have to be prepared. You have to have your mindset, because he's not going to play pity pat with you. I'm a female, and in class he didn't take it easy. You know, he stands in front of me and throw punches and kicks like anybody else. So I stood there and I either dealt with it, I get knocked down, I get back up. Me and Vivian, we was the only two in the class with a bunch of men. And we gave them a run for their money. Because the exercise part they had to get through and they couldn't get through that. So we gave them a run for their money. They didn't take it easy on us. I thank Kiyoshi for coming into my life because he gave me confidence on the things that I think that I couldn't do, but I did. Made me humble myself because I had a rough mouth. So with him, he taught me a lot. You know, how to deal with people, you know, how to handle situations, you know. I've been to tournaments in Las Vegas with him. Our favorite tournament spot was Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh every year. We used to go. Mark was, he came in and his mom would come to class with him all the time. And we was going to Pittsburgh for a tournament. And me and Vivian, we didn't want to train. So we goes into the hotel and everybody out there punching and kicking, doing katas and this and that. And Miss Karen was like, ain't y'all going to practice for the tournament? We was like, we don't want to practice, we want to go to town. We was confident enough that we knew when it was tournament time, we didn't have anything to worry about. So that's the confidence that he brought into me and Vivian. When we train with him, you will train, you will come out drained, but at the end you will have a lot of energy. We did katas forward and backwards. You go, end it, come back, end it the way you started. Ippon Kumite. I used to have classes at my house for me and Vivian, and some techniques he would teach me different from all the other students. I would learn different techniques, different katas, and me and Vivian was practicing this technique, and Kiyoshi kicked me, and his leg felt like a tree trunk. So I would never block his kicks again. But he taught us this technique, and me and Vivian were sparring, and I used the technique on her. I didn't touch her, but from the force of the punch, I messed up her eye. So when I seen her, she had a patch, and I felt kind of bad, but you know, we got over it. We dojo sisters. It was either me or her.
Wow. So you have a unique perspective, having been married to him. So outside of...
He's a wonderful person. He's awesome. Very kind, you know. Everybody think, you know, because he's old and the way that he walks, like they can get over on him, but you wouldn't want to go up against him. You really don't.
Did you ever try him in the house?
Yes. Yes, I did. Yes. I don't know if he remember.
The result to me, what he didn't like is the bunny hops up and down the steps.
Oh yeah, the bunny hops. He used to train me different from all the other students when we home. I did carpet grips with my toes and scooped across the carpet on my butt, and but yes, I went up against him. I don't know if he remembered that, but I pulled a knife on him.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, you remember? Look at that. He's not, no, you didn't.
I just now remember. That story.
I know I couldn't get him with it, but you know, I just did it.
Wow. So did you witness him any other real life fights?
Only in tournaments.
Only in tournaments?
Only in tournaments.
He didn't have to come help you out in them streets at all?
He gave me that confidence I can handle it myself.
All right.
And thank God today I haven't used it on the streets.
So is there anything you could tell us about the professor that...
Well, there's one thing.
Nah,
Usually, and that's what I try to get all the students to know, is that having that confidence and having that ability, I was always taught, but one time I actually was able to stop a person and they throwing the punch at me, and I have to stop that punch with just my look. And just recently, since they called me and I had to go to the position for our daughter, and the person I thought that he had so much mouth, he wanted to keep himself inside the room that he was in. But when he finally came out, this big bad person I thought I was going to be dealing with turned to be a very nice, meek, mild, person. So that would have been one. That night I was ready to deal with the situation with my daughter. But I think she called me and I came out.
Actually, I did see him in action in the dojo, Knife and Spring Garden. We were trained in the snow, AFE. So we was training one particular night, and this guy walked by the school, and he was looking in the class. So he invited him. At the time, he was sensei. Sensei invited him in, let him join the class. So, he's going over the techniques, the drills and everything. So the guy was like, well, I don't think this stuff is real. My style is better than your style. So Sensei was like, okay. They sparred. So they's fighting. So the guy, when his top student, Alfonso, had stopped the fight, the guy snuck her. And his top student didn't like it. So he was like, well, since you think that our style is not good enough for you, you get to fight my top student. And after he whooped him, then the top student whooped him. It was like student after student. And I told him, I was like, we gotta close the blinds. So the guy went out, picked him up, and they just set him out on the curb.
guess he didn't come back, huh? Oh man, what kind of, you talked about the impact this training had on your life. It gave you more confidence. What else? What else did it do for you?
He taught me about Islam. He brought me into Islam. Sort of different aspect on life, living in that religion. But whenever I need him, he's there.
Are you training your 3 children? Or
My kids?
Yeah.
I train my kids just like he trained me. They told me I was too hard.
What do you think about the youth of today? Can they benefit from
Yes, they
this
can.
training?
Yes. These kids need discipline. I work in a school, so I see they need discipline. And the discipline has to come from home first. They need the discipline, they need the respect. These teenagers out here now, they running wild. And when I leave out my door, I would just pray that I don't have to run up against one of them. I really don't.
Yeah.
So somebody needs to do something. Kiyoshi is trying. We're going to build a school. Maybe we can help get them off the street, bring them in here, the gym. They have all this equipment that they can use. So hopefully, once the school get up and running right, we can pull them off the street. But
Yeah, that's why we're here. We hope to get this message out and have a positive effect in the community. and not wait on politicians to do what we need to do for ourselves. So as we move on to 90s, right?
Yes. No. Well, 80s.
Late 80s?
80s. Yeah, late 80s.
NWA time?
Just about.
All right.
Hi, my name's Sheehan, Eric Hilton. That's all you want to tell us? Oh, all right. I'll tell you some more. All right. My name's Sheehan, Eric Hilton. We're going to do questions. I met Professor Sayfullaah when I used to train with Ernest Harper on 52nd Street. He was invited in to participate in a couple classes and take groups aside, show us various things. So I got to work with him in those settings, and kind of like came in and out a few times and disappeared. And I hadn't seen him for years, and I think maybe about 5 or 6 years later, I saw him at Temple University, and I kind of like got away from the arts at that time, and he encouraged me to kind of like come back. So he invited me to the dojo down 52nd Street, and I told the story previously about how he actually tricked me into doing something I didn't want to do. And there's another story also. The following class, he wanted to make it a little bit more interesting and challenging, because the traditional Japanese karate is just like up and down, kick and punch, kata, and a little bit of kumite. So he said, we're going to do something a little different tonight. What we're going to do is we're going to play kind of like hide and seek. So you're going to go down to the other end of the dojo, and I'm going to stay down here. I'm going to turn the lights off, and I'm going to come find you. So I said, okay, all right. It was pretty cool because it was only him and I in class at that particular time. So I went down to the other end, and he turned the lights off. So the way the dojo on 52nd Street, on Spring Garden Street was designed, it was basically a long, maybe probably about 10, 15 feet wide, maybe about 30 to 50 feet long. So there was a pane glass window at the very front, and the street light was out there. So me being in the back, I could see kind of like his shadow. He couldn't see me. So I crouched down on the floor, and what he did was he raised his arms like this, and kind of like slowly crept down the floor, trying to find me. So I crouched down, and I figured I could grab like behind his ankle at his Achilles and push his hip and knock him down, and I could tackle him from there. So eventually he made his way all the way down the floor, and I did exactly that. I pushed him down, and then we started a judo class, or jiu-jitsu class, I should say, in the dark. So we probably tussled for about a good maybe 10 to 15 minutes, and it was all over when he had me in a wrist lock and I believe a leg lock at the exact same time when I was screaming. So he gave a pretty good class, and I just love him, man. I mean, there's no other way for me to describe it.
That's awesome. I think you mentioned, besides that little incident right there, were there any other fights that you involved yourself with the professor, or did you see?
Yes. The fight that Sheehan Buford brought up with Professor fighting Sheehan John McClary, I actually witnessed that. And what I alluded to before, not in this interview, but in a previous interview, about him being a trickster, that kind of like held true too. Well, I should say strategist in this case, because when he fought Sheehan McClary, what he did was he observed everyone else fighting. What Sheehan McClary did was he steamrolled everyone. He's a tall, lanky guy, long arms, long legs, so he would just run right through people. What Professor did is he kind of like took his time and jammed them up every time he tried to do something. And he took them into sudden death. And in sudden death, that's when Professor went in and caught him with, I believe it was a underhand Ozuki. Yeah, got it. And the beautiful part about that is that I think Sheehan McClary was undefeated for a very long time. And the room just went totally silent when he won. And what I heard was, he beat John McClary, he beat John McClary, he beat John McClary. It just buzzed all the way around the room. So it was pretty exciting
for me and my classmates, Linda and Mark, kind of like hear all this when it was going on. So that was me witnessing them actually fight.
Now, previously you described him as like your martial arts father.
Yes, and I still hold to that.
Can you tell us anything else about your relationship with the professor to describe how he is as a person?
Sure. When I say he's my martial arts father, my father is living. I actually lived in the house with my father. And I probably spent more time with Professor than I had my own father. I probably talked to Professor more than I've talked to my own father. Nothing against my father, I love my father to death. But in all honesty, I spent more time with him than I had with my actual father. He's had a huge impact on my life. You know, for a lot of people that train, and I'm talking about not this group of people, but people that do martial arts in general, they don't have a relationship with their instructor because their school may be commercial. For all of us that have interacted with him, this is personal, this is family. And training with him was the first time that the dojo actually felt like home. Because after class, you actually sat around and you ate, you talked, you ate, you did everything you would do with your family members. So he made the dojo home. So even outside the dojo, like we're here right now, this is home, I'm comfortable. You know, we just have our E's on if we train, I'd be perfectly happy. I feel good right now. You know, I'm comfortable with all these people. I don't know them personally, but in knowing him and knowing the kind of people that he has around, they're family.
How do you describe the impact that training with him has had on your life?
Tremendous. You know, you hear people say confidence, you know, they gain confidence in training. I've gained that and a lot more. You talk about self-control. Yeah, I trained before I actually came to the professor, but he took my martial arts to another level. One of the things that I've never experienced was actually doing 10 minutes worth of exercise and being totally exhausted like I just had a 3 or 4 hour marathon run, because that's how I felt at the beginning of class when I first started with the professor. And kind of like, honestly, that's the way I still feel nowadays too. And what happens is that your body is basically going after those first 10 minutes, and you have to rely on your mind at that point in time. So this is where the discipline and self-control and all those other things that people talk about, the intangibles of martial arts really kicks in, because it takes you to a totally different place inside your mind. And you practice in that space while you're with him for, let's say, an hour, 2, whatever the case is. When you go out into the world, that's still with you, because you carry your mind everywhere you go. So it's a mental trip. So he's had a huge impact on everything that I've done. So you're talking about self-control, self-awareness, all.
Describe again, because we had touched on this in the previous meeting, how his training can affect the youth of today.
Well, you've heard what I said he's done for me. And I'm pretty sure that this will work out for anybody. Not necessarily just youth, but anybody, old people, young people, but in speaking to the youth, this will totally turn their lives around if they were directionless, without direction, I should say. So the impact would just be phenomenal.
All right, appreciate that, Eric.
You're welcome.
Next, introduce yourself. Professor wants to say something.
I just want to say, next sensei, happy to call him a sensei. This young man is probably the youngest student from back in that era. I came into him, or come to know him, after coming, I went to I got accepted at the University of Medina in 1989, so I went to Saudi Arabia to become a student. When I came back home, I had left the dojo to those students at the time, and I came back home, and the dojo was shut down, was closed. I put 3 nights and parked my car, and I looked, the dojo was closed. So one of my students told me that we can get to the Freedom Theater. I said, okay. I said, I opened up, I got involved with the Freedom Theater. I was teaching 3 classes a day with them. I was teaching at Temple, they had me over at Temple class. The first class they gave me was 90 young children. And I looked at all the other instructors in there, and they had no way to discipline the children. I mean, they children all over the place. They gave me 90. I'm sitting there, and for me, that was good because I said, no problem. I said, because I just came from Saudi Arabia, I had 100 students in the field. So, without saying anything, one thing I do demand is that you're not going to disrespect my class. You're not going to do that. It's going to be a consequence. So I got all these children, and they used to do what they did with the other stuff, yapping, blah, 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 blah. So one thing is that my students learn this, from karate, and I learned also in security. It's voice control. So when you have a commanding voice, you get that voice and gets everybody's attention. And they know that you're serious, and you got that serious look on your face, they straighten up. So all the heads of the Freedom Theater came and said, these were observing my class. They said, he got 90 children, they were all disciplined. They move when he say move, they stop when he say stop. And they came and said, how do you do that? I said, I do it karate, the martial arts. So they said, well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to divide this class up, 45 and 45, because you're doing a good job, but still, we give you more attention, we give more attention to children. So in that's where I met a young man that you want to talk to next. And he got some stories. And I asked him to come because when you said the youth, I said, well, he can tell you from a perspective from a youthful mind because he was 10 years old. I think he was 10 years old when he met me. Right? And he's been, doing, entrepreneur, doing great things. His mother pushed behind him. She pushed behind him. She actually at the time, Linda Sensei said I was called Sensei. Sensei, stay with my son. He needs direction. Help him. And they were very helpful. Matter of fact, him and Eddie, another student I had, the youngest people who we took to Las Vegas to an international world tournament, right? And they went and competed. It was out at Vegas, from Vegas to Pittsburgh. So he's been around. So I just want to say thank you, to that young man. He'll introduce himself. I want to tell you, let him tell you his name. And
can I say something before we introduce Mark? Mark, when we went up for our black belt test, I had Sensei G. I still trains with it right down to that. You got this black belt. If you don't come back to class, we're going to fight for that belt. Because I had a whole uniform. Okay. All right.
All right, so I'm pausing for a second. I paused it for a minute. Did you want to take care of the pizza guy? And y'all want to take a little break? You want to pray?
I've been training with Professor Sayfullaah, like he said, since I was 10. Working at Freedom Theater. So I was at Freedom Theater learning how to be an actor as a child. So, it was pretty serious to me at that time. So one of the Saturdays that I'm there, I walk past the dance room and I see black men in karate uniforms in the air doing things, I had only seen on TV. I was already hyped off of Karate Kid, the movie. I liked how Mr. Miyagi taught Daniel's son, how to protect yourself, how to, basically taught him how to become a man, in his transition from, teenage years to adulthood. And I always admired that. I seen how Daniel got bullied, and then he went to the tournament at the end and won. And so that was heavy in my mind at 10 years old. Fast forward to Freedom Theater, I see a black man in a karate uniform jumping all around. So I walk past the class, I just caught a glimpse, I come back past, I come in, and I'm seeing him fight who I now know is Alfonso in a demonstration. So, you know, Sensei is not that big, but he has a big presence. And so I'm looking at Alfonso like, you know, this is gonna be bad for the smaller guys, smaller, older guys in trouble. Like, this, you know, I don't even know why they fighting each other, you know. But Sensei was tossing them around. I mean, just tossing strikes, stuff that I would see in the movies. What really got me was, and I'm not sure if Professor remember this, but in that same demonstration, he was beating Alfonso up, sitting in a chair with a fan, with a Chinese fan that you flick out. And he was just using and maneuvering the fan and had Alfonso all over the place. That was amazing to me. I wanted to learn how to do such a thing. So that's when I started in karate. I started at Freedom Theater in one of those classes he's talking about that was broken up into 45 students. And I went to 9th and Spring Garden from there at about 12. I went to 9th and Spring Garden and started taking it serious. So yeah, that's how I.
Do you remember how you were at that time as a child? Did you have, were you like a wild kid?
I wasn't really wild. I wasn't really wild. I wanted something to do. You know, I enjoyed basketball, whatever like that. But like I said, it was really that movie, The Karate Kid, that really inspired me. And then I seen that it was somebody that looked like me that was doing more stuff than I saw him do in the movie. You know, that movie was really like inspirational for me at that time.
Were you giving your mom a hard time at that time?
Not even.
I
started giving her a hard time after that, but not at 10. I was a pretty good student, you know, minding my manners and everything. I just wanted to learn how to do karate.
Have you ever fought against the professor or used as a yuki in a demonstration?
Used as a uki in a demonstration, you know, multiple times, as all of the students are at one point in time or another. Fighting him, I can't say that I fought him. I can say that I learned from him, you know, going back and forth. I can't honestly say that I fought him, no.
Have you ever witnessed the professor in a real life situation, whether in a tournament or a street fight?
Well, definitely the John McCleary fight that the other students mentioned, definitely saw that. Also, one thing I remember was one of the fathers, a similar story that Linda had. One of the fathers of the students, I think his name was Gaul, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, on this particular day, he just wanted some action with the professor. I'm not quite sure how it went down. But the guy was a little bigger than the professor that time too. And it turned into like a judo match, or, you know, a lot of grabbing on the floor, grappling. And I thought the professor was in trouble, you know, because I'm like, wow, you know, what's taking so long? You know, we used to seeing him apply a technique and then, you know, that's over. But underneath the guy, he made him tap out. So the guy is on top of him. I still don't know what technique it was to this day. All I know is the guy was on top of him, Sensei was underneath on his stomach, and from that position, he had the guy tapped out. I still don't know what went on.
No place from there.
So what is your opinion of him as a person? Hold on. Battery time. I got to change. Professor as a person?
As a person, very dynamic personality. Just like the former student said, he was a warrior in the dojo, and he was totally different outside of the dojo. He was somebody that, you know, just talking to him, you can see he was full of wisdom, you know, just about life, not even just martial arts. But in the dojo, I felt like the military didn't get this kind of training in the dojo.
We did.
And you know, I felt fortunate to have that training at such a young age. Outside of the dojo, kind. He showed me that you can't take humble people for granted. A humble person be the man that'll kill you and you never even seen it coming. So that was a very valuable lesson on not judging a book by its cover that I learned early on.
What other type of impact did your training have on you?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be real honest.
That's what we want. Honesty.
It's good, bro. Just get it out. It's all good. Take your time.
My life would be totally different. I would be in jail. Might be dead. You know, I was raised good by my mom. You know, she did the best she could. But I'm growing into a man. She can't teach me how to be a man. My dad wasn't really there, you know. Same story for a lot of us. But at a certain point, I was headed, my trajectory was going straight down. And so, you know, without his teaching, without him being there for me in certain times, my life would be totally different. You know, I feel like Eric, he kind of, I might feel a little stronger than Eric in terms of more like a father to me than my father. You know, so my life would be totally different. Definitely. Like I said, my mom did her best raising me, you know, exposing me to different things that other kids didn't do, but at a certain point, I was headed in a different direction. His teachings, him being there for me, it totally changed the course of my life. Confidence is an understatement. You know, he had a lot to do with me being the man I am today.
How can that relate to these youth of today?
The same way, through confidence, through showing them how to, this is another important thing, as a youth. He showed me that it was more in the tank when I thought I reached my limit. Whenever I thought that was my limit, he showed me it was more in the tank that I didn't know was there. And he showed me I had that inside of me. So that's very important. The not giving up. The 90% mental, 10% physical. All of these principles will be able to help today's youth tremendously. Also, it'll help kids that are obese. It'll help in a lot of different ways. History, definitely.
I was taught by my teachers in karate, especially since Usman Abdul Salam. He said karate is not a store-bought item, something that you can pay for over the counter. You know, he said it is to develop the full potential of an individual. You know, mentally, physically, spiritually, and you know. When I looked at senseis, like even my instructors in New York, because even though I was no longer in New York, every festive, celebrated day that came up, I was in New York, back to my teachers, training with my teachers. So an incident came about with Mark, where his mother called me. Mark was in a very, very bad situation, and she had paid a lot of money for this. You know, this lawyer and this investigator. And they couldn't find this young lady who was going to be very crucial to help him Mark in the situation. So I told her, and I needed a car at the time. I said, look, just give me this amount of money, $300. I get me a car, but I need the car to get to do what I want to do. So this particular young lady that they were looking for It took me 2 days. I found them, you know. And the technique I used to found them, you know, a very simple technique, you know, any investigator can do if they want to really do the work. But the family let me in the home. I talked to her. She said, "I'll come, you know, no problem." You know, she's very, very cooperative, and she really wanted. She told me that that she knew that he was being real. So the next day, she told me where to pick. I thought that was the house. She said, "No, pick me up on Cotman Avenue, and you can. I'll go with you down to the lawyer's office." So I went there, got her, brought her down to the lawyer's office. And the lawyer looked at me. He said, "Wait a minute. I got one of the best investigators in the city. How in the world he couldn't find out where you?" I said, "That's what I do." So I did, you know, think, you know, he should pay me the money. He paid that investigator, get the money to me, but you know, that wasn't going to happen. But I was happy to do it because Mark's a student of mine, and I like to be. My instructor's always there for me. You know, when I first came to Philadelphia, I didn't know nothing about. Well, I knew about the gangs, but I didn't know to what extent. Right, like Howard. Right? And I hit this one particular. Well, I was coming from Walk Junior High School, and this one particular person. I mean, he just got on my nerves, and you know, if I'm not bothering you, don't bother me. So I took him. I told my uncle, "Don't worry about me." My uncle, that's my sparring, my practice partner. I told him, "Don't worry about it." I turned around and grabbed him. Ah, boom! He would told me a knife. He went up in the air, oh, that, bam, hit the ground. So definitely went on my house. Trouble 6 North Bringers. That's what I was looking. Next thing I know, my uncle called me and said, "Hey, there's a whole lot of guys outside." I said, "What?" Look outside, a whole bunch of guys outside. They thought they gonna burn the house down, they gonna kill us, they gonna. So I said, "Well, you're from New York, man. Let's get ready to rumble." So I don't know whether the neighbors got involved. It just felt out. They didn't never do it, and they wound up going away. And I called my instructor at that time, and I said, "You know, Sensei," I said, "I got into a situation, and I had to told this guy." I said, "But I'm lacking. I, you know, need some direction. How me and Uncle Skeet can practice." And he said, "Don't worry about it." He said, "First of all," he said, "Do you want us to come down there?" And I said, "Oh, I told you come down here, come some problems. They come down here." And they was, you know, well, that's not the story anyway. So I said, "No, since I think it's all right." He said, "Well, okay, so I'm gonna send you something, and I want you to utilize that until you come, you know, you come up to train with us." Next thing I know, in the mail, the most biggest book, karate book, came in. I said, "Whoa, Master Yadam, this is karate." I'm seeing that for the first time. I was a yellow belt. I'm looking like, I think 12 years old. What in the world? Oh, I'm trying to practice the moves and everything. And my uncle started practicing. But the thing the point I'm making is that my instructor's always been there for me. And I set that example. So any of my students call me for any kind of situation, you know, is dealing with life, then I'm there for it.
90s.
Oh, we're going to the 2000s.
2000. Okay,
Oh.
2000.
My name is Sayfullaah King. I think my position is really unique as far as meeting Grandmaster. I think my position is a little bit unique from meeting Grandmaster because the very first time I met him had nothing to do with martial arts. It didn't have anything to do with martial arts. It had to do with security. I was in charge of security at the master at one time, and due to some situations that had taken place, I was left with only one person for security. We had to do security for the Eid. And one of the people that was in charge of administration, he was like, "Don't worry, I'm gonna get you some help." And I was like, "Yeah, you better do something with this being just this one person." You know what I mean? And he about my age. So he said, okay, he said, listen, he said, "I'm gonna call Sayfullaah." I said, "Sayfullaah?" He
said, yeah, I'm gonna call Sayfullaah. I said, yeah, I heard of him. I said, I never met him, but I heard of him. He said, yeah. He said, don't worry, I'm gonna call him, and he's gonna, he got a security squad and everything. He'll help us out. Like that, right? I said, okay, fine. So anyway, we had to eat. We had to eat at Pickett. We had to eat at Pickett. What is it? Junior high school, high school? I don't know. Yeah, so we had it there. So I'm moving around. So he sent some people over. He didn't. I hadn't met him yet, but he had sent some people over, right? So I'm all over the place because this was the first event I actually was in charge of. So I'm all over the place. I'm back and forth, right? So finally, Muhammad Amin comes and he said, did you talk to Sayfullaah yet, right? I said, no. I said, I don't know him. I don't even know what he looks like, right? So he said, he's over there. I said, where? He said, over there. I said, okay. Well, he's standing by the speaker, leaning on the speaker like that. And when I looked, he was actually looking directly at me. So I looked. I said, Sayfullaah? He said, little guy standing by the speaker, right? I said, I was looking for somebody like Andre. You know what I mean? So I looked, that's okay. So I went, so I heard a lot about him, so I walked over to him. So I said, I gave him some land. I said, you Sayfullaah, right? He said, yeah. I said, yeah. I said, I heard a lot about you. I said, Muhammad Amin said, you gonna help me we do security, you're gonna help me out with security, right? He said, you're doing fine by me. He said, look like you got everything under control, brother. Go ahead. I said, all right. So I went ahead and did what I had to do, but that was my first encounter with him. And then I didn't see him again, like after that, until he visited our class, because me and Sensei Suleiman, we used to train with Bashir one day he came to our class, and that was the second time that I met him. But that's as far as like our first encounter, so anything else?
How's he as a teacher of martial arts, in your opinion?
He's, well, how can I put this? He's in a class by himself. It's a different situation with him. I started training in martial arts when I was 5. My uncle was a 5th degree black belt, and I was a little skinny, scary kid. And I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. And I mean, when I say scary, I'm talking about scary. I'm talking about like, how people will come up to you and say, intimidate you and like maybe hit you with something and take your money. If you look like you wanted to take my money, I gave it to you. You know what I mean? If you just cut your eyes, like, oh, here you go, bro. You got it. Great. All right, come back tomorrow. Get my allowance. That's my situation. So anyway, my uncle, I didn't know my uncle knew martial arts, so I'm speeding through this. I didn't know he knew martial arts. But I seen him, doing some stuff one day, and I said, I saw the kicks, right? And I was like, if I could learn that, I could survive. That was the first thing that came to my mind. If I could learn that, I could survive. So I started training with him, and then do the schedules, I finally wound up going to the School of Scientific Judo and Karate, which was an affiliation of Masayama's down at the Brooklyn Academy. And then I stopped. I did that for a little while, and I stopped. I stopped for a while for family situation. I stopped, but I always loved the martial arts. So anyway, I trained in martial arts. I always learned how to fight. So after that, I knew how to fight. But when I finally went to Grandmaster, all the students had went over to him, but I was still training with Grandmaster Bashir, because I was also started teaching at that time. So what happened was, I wasn't comfortable when I got my black belt. I wasn't comfortable at a 1st degree black belt, Because that was the time that I first realized that a first degree black belt is a white belt on a black belt level. And I hear a lot of people say when they get their first degree black belt, I'm a black belt. And I disagree with that. Because you got your black belt, that opened the door to that different world. But you ain't put no time in. You ain't put no work in. You ain't put no time in on that level. So I went and I kind of felt bad. And I didn't even really know Grandmaster like that, but I kind of felt bad because everybody else went over. So I caught up with him and we had a conversation. I said, listen, I said, I'm coming. Because everybody else had went and I didn't. So I said, I'm coming. I said, but I need to finish what I started. I said, I'm not going to be comfortable switching systems until I at least get my third degree black belt. I said, if I get my third degree black belt, then I feel like I got a solid foundation in Taekwondo. I said, then I'll come over. And he said, hey, don't worry about it. It's fine with me. When you feel you're ready, just come on over. So, as a teacher, like I said, it was a totally different experience because and I'm not knocking anybody, I'm not knocking any system, I'm just saying there's variations in things that you do. You know what I mean? Like a restaurant is good, but it got different dishes. You know what I mean? So when I went to Grandmaster, he never taught me how to fight. The whole time I trained with him, he never taught me. He always taught me how to survive. When I went to Sanuka's Root Jiu-Jitsu, it wasn't about fighting, it was about surviving. It was about leaving the house. If you got into a situation, being able to make it back home. That's how he was as a teacher. And his whole philosophy was about surviving. It was just about surviving. It was never about fighting, it was about surviving. He didn't believe in fighting. He believed in survival. He believed in survival. If somebody came to you and they had a problem with you and they took it to the next level, deal with it. Deal with it and go about your business. So that's how I view him as a teacher. I don't know how anybody else views him as a teacher, but that's my personal experience with him as a teacher.
Have you ever fought against the professor or been used in a demonstration?
Well, I never fought against him. I never wanted to fight against him. And one reason I never wanted to fight against him because it wasn't fear, it was respect. You see what I'm saying? See, me wanting to fight him, the way I looked at it, and I'm only coming from my perspective, was like raising your voice at your parents. You know what I mean? It could be done, but it's not in the best of character. That's how I looked at him when I got to him in my stage of life. You understand what I'm saying? So, but there was one incident, and this was on Germantown Avenue in the dojo. I had got promoted. I hold the purple belt in Sanuka's Root Jiu-Jitsu. I had got promoted from green belt to purple belt. So when I got promoted, he said, you gotta get some sticks. Purple belt now. Gotta take you to the next level. Got around the floor. So you gotta get some sticks, all right? Because we're gonna start some stick fighting. I said, okay. So I went, I'm not gonna mention the place where, because it has something stupid. So I went and got the sticks, I brought them to class. So he said, I'll leave you up. I said, okay, because we were doing stick techniques. He said, you up. I said, okay. So he showed me a couple of techniques, and he said, well, come at you. And I need you to do the block. So we had a block that came like this, and it's supposed to slide off the step, right? I was like, okay, fine, no problem. So he came at me, and I mean he came at me. And I was ready to because I knew he was going to come at me. So I came up, I blocked, bang. The stick broke, and he caught me right on top of my head. So I came up, I did the block the way I was supposed to do the block. The stick broke. The stick flew across the classroom and it broke. And bang, right across the head. So I looked at the stick. I said, man. I said, as he was a professor at the time, I said, Professor, I just bought these sticks. He looked at me and said, you better go get your money back. Somebody give him another stick. So, and I'm talking about my head. I mean, my head was hurting, right? So I said, man. But I didn't know it. I didn't know it till I got home. And I got home, I had a knot on my head about like this high. A knot on my head about like this high. So you know the pride and persona of the martial artist is like, you don't get hurt, the other guy gets hurt. And that's the myth, you don't get hurt, the other guy. So I went home, I got an ice pack. My wife at the time, she's like, what you doing? I said, I'm trying to get this lump down before I go to work tomorrow. Because when people know you got martial arts, the first thing everyone say, oh yeah, I thought you was a martial artist. That's old, I'm trying to get the ice pack down. But anyway, that was that encounter as far as like, going up against him. Like, I've, okay for him and, he's done techniques on me, but, that as far as like sparring,
Ali is one of the few students, like I say, that joined me in a computational situation.
Oh, I'm getting it. Inshallah.
You want to tell us about that story?
About actual situation?
Actual situation.
Yeah. It was a couple. The first time, it was a situation. We was training up at the dojo in Germantown, and so we got a phone call because at the time, what happened was not only was our student, I also was assistant to him. At this time, he had came over to the to Master Security, and he was running. He had way more experience than I did, especially in the community. So he was in charge of security, and I was his assistant. So because there was some trouble going on, some guy, I don't know what his issue was or whatever, but he was in a very violent nature up and down Germantown Avenue. He was literally stopping cars, kicking people's cars, and trying to snatch people out the window, and things of that nature. So Professor got a call, Grandmaster got a call, and he said, Ali, we gotta go. I said, what? He said, well, I said, you want me to get you? We ain't got time for that, we gotta go. I said, okay, fine. So as we walking down Germantown Avenue, he was telling me what happened. So when we got down Germantown Avenue, they pointed to us, and so the guy, he turned around like this. So make a long story short, Professor took him down, locked him up, and he had him. And he said, Ali. I said, what? He said, come here. So I came. He said, get him. Get him. You already got him. I'm like, get him. This is what I'm saying in my mind, get him. So he said, come here. He said, this is what you want, this is what I want you to do. I said, okay. So I locked him up, gooseneck. Locked him up, right? So he said, hold him near the cop. That's okay, fine. So I held him there till the cops got there. So then everybody told us, let him go. He's hollering and screaming. So, that was the situation with that. Then the guy came back, and it was funny because we had class on Tuesday and Thursday. The guy came back, the cops let him out or whatever. He came back Thursday night. So it was cold that night, so Thursday night. So Grandmaster called me over. He said, "Guy's back." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Go down there and handle it. I gotta finish the class." He said, "You gotta go ahead down there." So I had to go down there and deal with the guy. So that was the one. That was the one time that I could remember that him and I actually was in a real time situation.
How has his training had an effect or impact on your life?
I would say just as as my predecessor said, honestly it took me to another level. It put me on another plane because I actually took martial arts to learn how to. I knew how to fight. My dad taught me how to fight, but my dad was a Golden Club champion. He was a 5-time Golden Club champion, so he knew how. My dad knew how to box, but I was skinny, and I didn't want you getting close to me. My thing was, if you grabbed me, that was the ball game. I was JJ before JJ. So, like, my dad used to see me out of boxing, and I would do it because that was my dad, but I was like, I ain't getting that close to nobody. So I kind of gravitated towards Muhammad Ali because I used to like the way he used to jab and he was able to stay away from that. So I would watch him and mimic him, and I was like this until I actually got into the martial arts. But when I got with Grandmaster, it was just a whole nother ball game. It was about survival. It was about survival. I remember one time, and I remember one time there was a situation. He wasn't a student, but he was an affiliate. And a situation took place where he had got into a fight. It was a domestic type situation. He got into a fight with another brother over a domestic situation. So the brother, of course, he knew that Sayfullaah knew the guy. He knew the brother, and he trained in the system, but not under the Grandmaster. He went to Grandmaster and he told him, he said, yeah, one of your colleagues or whatever attacked me, and this, that, and the other. So we didn't find out about this until like in class, and that was like one of the worst classes we had, just because of that person right there. And I never liked him after that because of that situation. I never liked the individual because of that situation. So I know he came, he was talking to me. So Grandmaster came on the floor, and I'm talking about, when we used to go to this class started at, like, I'd never been into a martial arts class. Like, you know how you see martial arts advertising, class from 7 to 9, 6:30, 8:30, and like that. So the professor Grandmaster's class was like from 7 until. It was 7 until. So we got class, and he said, everybody line up. And we could already see he upset. I'm like, oh, man. I said, here we go. So he said, let me tell you something. He said, I train you, and I train Ray. And I train you to handle your business. He said, if you don't handle your business, I'm coming to see you. I don't care where you at, I'm coming to see you. So we trying to figure out what's going on. So he said, let me tell you one thing. He said, I'm going to tell you one thing, right now. He said, I just had a person come to me and talk to me, talking about he was attacked by somebody I know in the system. He said, the whole time the guy talking to me, I'm looking at him, I'm like, he ain't got no bumps, he ain't got no bruises, he ain't got no cuts. He looked fine to me. Let me tell you something, that may not ever happen with nobody in this dojo. I'll never forget he said that. He said, that better not ever happen with something. Anybody in this dojo. If not, I'm going to take care of you. He said, when I say I'm going to take care of you, I'm going to take care of you. He said, let me tell you one thing. He said, let me tell you one thing. I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm not playing with you. He said, if you ever get into it with anybody, if it's going to be a funeral, it better be 2. And if you go to the hospital, you better have a roommate. And that was that. So, like I said, you know, as far as him as a teacher, as far as everything like that, it was all about survival. It was all about survival, so it was just a totally different situation. And he was dedicated. He was the first person that I encountered that was dedicated on that level. That was dedicated on that level.
How do you see the professor's training having an impact on the youth today?
Well, my answer is no different than the people before. Growing up in an emotional society, we have, and this is no disrespect to women, we have a bunch of young men that's being raised by women, and they have no male influence, and the majority of the times, the male influence that they have is negative. You know, we're living in a time where people, like, the morals and values are just like, they're just shot out, because I can't understand how a person can brag and boast about being in jail. I can't understand how an individual can see being incarcerated as a badge of honor. I can't see how people can throw parties because a person just got out of jail. And the people literally congregate together and they throw parties because an individual got out of jail. I don't know people's situation or whatever. I'm not focusing on the fact that the person was in jail. I'm focusing on the fact that it has to be a change with the culture. It has to be, and I don't mean ethnic culture, I'm talking about the mindset. And the discipline that is instilled and the aspects that come with the discipline helps to teach a person that there's variables. It's not just one way to deal with a situation, it's variables. So that's how I see it from that end.
Thank you.
But I would say this, I gotta say this, because I didn't touch on this, and this is, I believe, the most important part of that reading that you asked me. Because you didn't really ask me, but I'm saying it. As a person, we went from teacher-student to a real personal relationship. And my relationship actually started with him before I became a student. We used to talk on the phone for hours and hours and hours. And when you talk about a person, how he is as a person, he gives, and people like to be involved with self-amazement. And I never got that from him because he trained me before I was even a student. I have to say this is very important. I trained in Taekwondo. I never had a yellow belt. And I never had a blue belt. I went from white belt to green belt to red belt to black belt. And when I first talked to him, and because of the reputation he had, I told him, I said, listen, I'm doing Taekwondo and stuff like that. I said, you got some advice for me? He said, do what everybody else does. He said, do what everybody else doesn't want to do. The majority of people, they only train when you go to class. You have to train every day. And you have to train for a certain amount of hours a day. And I'll never forget, because I was working overnight, he would talk with me till about 2 o'clock in the morning. When you talk about being unselfish, this is how I met Grandmaster Tommy, this is how I met Sheehan Eric, this is how I met Grandmaster Quetta, this is how I met Sheehan McCrary. He opened up doors for me that I wouldn't have got in by myself. I have to say that he opened up doors for me that I wouldn't have got in by myself. He has trained me in martial arts. He has trained me in security. He has trained me in executive protection. He has trained me to be a teacher. This man literally was on the phone with me.
All right, go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Desmond West Sensei.
How'd you meet the professor?
I was introduced to Grandmaster when him and the Sanukas family, Sanukas brothers was demonstrating at Al-Aqsa during Xmas celebration, Xmas Day demonstrations. And there were quite a few other systems demonstrating at the time. But when Grandmaster and the students came out, it blew my mind. It was like life situation, combat. And at the time, interestingly enough, Sensei Suleiman was my teacher in an Islamic class. So every now and then I would ask him, can he introduce me to Grandmaster? And one day he got permission to bring me to the dojo on 52nd Street, and I was introduced to Grandmaster. Then from, that was it. From that day on, I became a student of Grandmaster Sayfullaah. How
was he, in your opinion, as a professor in martial arts?
I was just telling someone, I can't remember who it was, at this gathering, that I don't believe he intentionally jacked me up this one particular day. So I was no more than 3-4 classes in, and Grandmaster, he gave me the business.
And I think he was trying to see how tough I was, to see was I going to leave. But I was like the Timex, watch. I took a licking but kept on ticking. Yeah, I am. I'm dating myself. But as a teacher, he's very kind. He's patient. He's dedicated. There's so many more different adjectives I can use, but overall, he's the perfect teacher.
Have you ever witnessed a professor in a real life situation, tournament, actual street fight?
Unfortunately, I have not always wanted to, but I have not.
So how is it, in your opinion, how is he as a person?
He's a all-around humanitarian. He loves everyone he comes in contact with who is respectable and respectful. He would give you the shirt off your back. So much so, there was a time during my training in the early part where I had come into a little hardship, but he told me to continue to come to class even if I could not, pay for my training. That's how much of a humanitarian, caring teacher he is.
What other type of impact did his training have on your life?
I guess just like everyone else, the confidence, but also humility and humbleness. I don't underestimate anyone that I come in contact with because of my teachings with Grandmaster. Also, and I think going back to a previous question, I apologize. Because of Grandmaster, I was able to travel to Florida and teach a class on my own as a black belt. And I know I wouldn't have had that opportunity if I wouldn't have been under his tutelage.
How do you think his training can relate to the youth of today?
It will provide, his training will provide structure, which a lot of young people don't have, unfortunately. Patience, determination, and I believe Mr. Mark may have said it, gives you strength and letting you know that, you have more to give. There's been plenty of times in the dojo when I thought I was going to fall out. And I can attest that everyone here feels the same way. But he just tell you, you got it, just, breathe and get through it. And that same philosophy I use in life. Don't give up, keep, just take a moment, breathe, and then get right back into it.
Anything else you want to share with us that maybe somebody else hasn't shared about the professor?
I had the opportunity to train with Grandmaster in different settings, cold, hot, in his home, and training in his home was probably even tougher than in the dojo at times. But after you see that strict teacher side, that's when he shows you his kind, comedic, loving side afterwards. To let you know he is a human being. You might think he's a monster in the dojo, but he's a human being and a loving one.
All right, Desmond, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Your instructions to move the chair. My name is Dre Levon Sensei. I met Grandmaster Sayfullaah while I was studying to be a pro wrestler at the time. I was also on the SWAT team, police force, and I was also taking Sayfullaah Karate at the time. When I first came in contact with him, I was in another school and he was visiting to do a demonstration. At the time, we had been traveling all over to video and document different martial arts systems. So this one day I was ready to go, and my teacher at the time said, "Oh, wait, before you go, we got one more person." And I kind of didn't feel like it. I didn't know him. You know, I said, "Oh, man." Then when I saw him, I said, "This guy, come on, man." You know, I'm ready to go, and, you know. So he shows up, and it was him and Sensei Nafis. So I felt like I had seen it all, because we had been doing this documentary probably about 4 months. So I felt like I had seen it all. So I was like, "All right, come on, let's get to it. What you gonna do?" I got to go, you know. And they started doing Sanuka Sui Jiu-Jitsu. And next thing I know, I was filming the floor, because I couldn't take my eyes off what I was seeing. So when I realized I was filming the floor, I said, "Ho, ho, 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 y'all gotta do that again. One more time." And so I started filming. And I was blown away by what I had seen, the intensity of the moves he was doing. I actually thought he broke Sensei Nafis' arm. This one move he did. And I was like, "Oh!" And I'm looking at it, and the brother got back up, and he's still coming. I was like, "I want that. I want to learn that." But at the time, it was hard for me to get in touch with him. I wanted to leave what I was doing and learn that, but this, I didn't know his name, so I always called him the brother that do this thing here. What's that guy that kept doing that? I want to meet that guy. Because when you talk about Safe, oh, that's his name. I thought his name was Sayfullaah, because I didn't know what they were saying. It was Sayfullaah. But I'm like, the Sayfullaah guy that always do this. I need to meet that brother. When I finally met him, I was, like I said, I was doing wrestling at the time. I asked him for a finishing move. Because I said, "Man, that jiu-jitsu stuff y'all do, man, I need my own move." Because about 6 months I was supposed to go for my audition for television, WWE, with Vince McMahon. So he said, "Oh, I got a move for you, come to class." The school that I was at didn't like the fact that I was going to check out Sanuka. So they would say, "That ain't really real. Like, they gotta go with it. Like, they know what's coming, and they jump for each other. You don't want to do that. Stick with what you're doing." But he told me, "Come to the class and check it out." So I came to the class. I'm watching them do their thing. And he tells me, "Come on up." So this is my chance to see. He told me this thing ain't real, you know. And he put that V-lock on me. Bruh, I thought my arm was about to snap. I'm like, "No, okay. He says, "This is gonna be your move." So he gives me the full move. It went into a V-lock, into a reverse DDT, and dropped down on the neck. And he told me, "You must release before you land, or you will break the neck." Deadly move. He came to I was training at the Monster Factory. He came to the Monster Factory because they was not sure if they wanted to allow this move because it looked too dangerous. But he showed me how to properly do it. He told me, make sure everybody was going to be safe. I performed the move in the show, and people stood up because they thought his neck was broke. People stood up like, and at the time I was this character called Dark Side, so I had the white contacts and I used to stick my tongue out. So, I mean, but the move was actually from jiu-jitsu. So, I mean, I was highly impressed, and from there, something else happened. I don't want to get into that. Something else happened, and I decided that I was going to leave the school that I was at, and I wanted to become a student of Professor Sayfullaah.
All right, outside of Pops, have you ever fought against the professor?
Man, that's a good question. Have I fought against him? Well, I'll tell you what happened when I was on the police force. He told me, he said, "Do your felony stop order." And I'm looking at him like, okay. Because at the time I had 23 commendations. I only had one bad guy get away from me. I was on the SWAT team. I thought I was hot stuff, you know. So I'm looking at him like, do a felony stop on you? Okay, so I think I'm the stuff. I get out on the ground, get on the ground, give them all the commands. Interlock your legs, put your hands behind your head, interlock your fingers. Had him like this. What you gonna do at this point? I got you. Put the cuffs on you, done. I went to cuff him. I don't know what he did, but the gun was in my mouth. Wait though. I'm thinking, all right, you got that. You got that one. Hold up. All right, let's do it again. And I was expecting it this time, thinking I'm gonna stop him, and he did it again. And this kind of like blew my mind. But I gotta take you back to my first class. My first class, when I finally came to class, I was a little assaulted because he asked me could I keep up with him. And I'm looking at him, you know, and he's like down here to me, he's an older man, and he says, you know, we're gonna start with some jumping jacks. I think he was trying to make me quit, I don't know. He said, we're gonna start with some jumping jacks. He said, can you keep up? I said, can I keep up? I'm looking at him like, I'm half your age, man. Like, okay, let's go. And he starts, y'all know how you do the jumping jacks, they real fast. 1, 2, 3. So I'm like, I'm with him, you know. At about 150, my legs wasn't moving no more, and he was still here. Like, he kept going all the way to 300. My hands was just moving. I mean, I was like, wow. He blew me away. Start doing the exercises and the training. His training was so intense. Sometimes in the beginning stages, leaving out of there, I wasn't sure if I was coming back. I was like, wow, I'd be so sore. And one time my legs was like rubber bands. I'm walking out of there looking like, you know, look like Rudy all fed out. But I stuck in there, and I'm still with him today. I'm a 3rd-degree black belt, sitting in jiu-jitsu.
On that question, is one thing I enjoy about some of the students, they just don't, you know, we ain't gonna try. We not gonna try. But one thing I like about some of the other students is that once in a while they like to see, you know, so whatever he tagged after he first came, you know, he's strong, big. And if I did something, he'd say, wait a minute, do that again. Next day he's flying across the room, going to the couch, over here. That's what we train. But I like that because that means I can still, you know, handle situations like that. You know, and that's what I like the realism about training.
I'm not one of those students that you're going to do a move on me, I'm gonna let you do it. I got it. And I've learned, I like that about, because he lets me do that. Like, I'm not gonna just accept what you say. I gotta see it. You gotta show it to me, I gotta feel it. Professor has taught me also from the past, from things he's seen me do it. In the past, I would kind of be a little forgiving. And I'm hoping somebody could be another instructor. And just because I feel the respect thing, I kind of let up on him. But I said, nah, don't do that, because you hurting him. Give him the real thing that he's supposed to get, because if he go out in the street, he has a false sense of security. You've done him a disservice. So give him the business. Hold him, don't let him go. Make him prove to you that really works. And that's why I got respect for Professor Sayfullaah and students who jiu-jitsu.
One more thing about first impressions. Students bring up, you know, the way I look when I'm out of my game. Since the Andre invited me to the workplace one night. They wouldn't let me. I'll let him tell the story.
I run security at the club. Well, at the time that he came, I became head of security. That's another story, how I became head of security off doing the moves that he taught me. But made me head of security, and the owner, he was so impressed how I was able to, because in the past, he got a lot of lawsuits for his security being too hard, beating people up, right, hitting them with flashlights and things like that. Professor taught me control and taught me how to, I could take somebody out the club without causing them a lawsuit, but you know. So, all these guys in the club, you got off-duty police officers, you got prison guards. These people are like, we gotta meet your teacher. All this stuff you're doing, we gotta see this guy. So one day I'm inside, I'm waiting on him to arrive, and a guy comes up to me, he was like, Trent, this guy you're talking about something, he a teacher. We know that ain't your teacher. Like, you wanna go check this guy out. So I go to the front door, oh, Professor Us, what you doing, man? That's him. He was like, that's him? Professor came in looking like, what's the guy from Cuba? Who was the guy who used to be the head of Cuba?
Fidel Castro.
He came in, he had his fatigues on, he had his beard, he was Castro coming in, right? So I said, no, this is him. So they kind of looking like they couldn't, like, He had everybody make a big circle. And they used to seeing me do this because they used to seeing me. I said, well, come on, I'm the bad guy, take me out the club. And they had a lot of trouble getting me out the club. And I used the moves Professor showed me, bam, walk the guy right out. Like he said, right? Walk him right out. So Professor uses, Sensei Nafis came with him, he demonstrating again. Guys blown away. Then he tells me, you know, they ain't used to saying this now. He said, I'm front center. And when Professor tell you to come at him, I believe another brother said, when he tell you to come at him, you come. You throw a punch, throw the punch for real. You grab him for real. He say, choke me. I try to choke him hard as I can. I choke him so hard that my arms are trembling. That's how hard I choke him. And he's able to stand there. Somehow he's still breathing. He can do this. He'll take this little stance here. He'll still be breathing. I attack Professor, and they see me go down like that, and I see all their faces like they never saw it before. And he threw me all around that floor like a rat. I'm used to it. That's what we do in training. The owner like, you all right? You know, I said, I'm good. I said, this is what we do. So that was the story of the club. One other thing that happened in the club, how I got to be head of security, there was a guy in the club, man. This guy he ain't had no neck, solid muscle, think he was a silverback gorilla. This guy was like this. And he refused to leave the club. And the owner was like, he gotta go. He was doing inappropriate things in the club. It was probably about 5 or 6, he's holding on to a post. About 5 or 6 straight grabbing his head, and people grabbing his feet, hitting him, get off. He was like, no, I ain't going nowhere. He said, go get Drake. So when I see this guy, I'm like, oh man. This is a gorilla, what am I doing with this guy? So, instinct, I went up to him, and the guy wouldn't let go. I started, you know what? Because of the size of this guy, let me try to talk him down, you know. I said, come on, man, you're killing me. The boss looking at me, come on, just leave. Won't you just leave? So I actually started talking him out. I got him to start walking. I'm like, yes, just get out the door. I'm like, come on. He turns around, no, I ain't going nowhere. Grabs the thing again. I'm like, oh, man. The owner's like, get him out. Professor taught us this technique. With your knuckle, and you strike the back of the hand. You got a lot of small bones back there, and he's holding on to the post. And he was like, ah! He gave me that opening. I went in, put a lock on it, walked him right out the door. He was like this. Look, from that point on, owner came to me. I need you to show the security. I want you to be head of my security. And that's how that all started. That was the catalyst to him coming down to the club.
I want to. I always heard, I got to break this situation out. I've heard first dealing with Sayfullaah King, now one thing I'm going to say about Ali, because Ali, I give him brother respect, but the way I saw Ali when he came to come with me, and even since Savannah, they are bad black belts when they came. So I respect that. Right? So my training is more like, if anybody's seen The Killing Machine.
Oh.
At one point, Sonny Keeler met his partner in prison. He said, I know the book, the book, Sonny Keeler, oh yeah. The next thing you know, the guy going through the wall, bing on the floor. And Sonny Keeler comes up with, you all right? And it became real good. And he, he taught him how to run the school. So when you got students that come to you and they have skills, you gotta respect it. Some other stuff is, but me, any doctor, most power, and the teachers I came from told me to respect all systems, all styles, and right. The person has that, the legitimate right I'm talking about. I'm talking about one that brought, stuff. I'm talking about legitimate right. And I respect that. So, Ali, doing security with him, this when I first come across what Sister Andre is talking about, Fidel Castro. Like Fidel, because that's my security guy. Man. So, next day, of course, I go down here, I'll come down with like Fidel. What convinced me that now that I had to think about what they were saying, even my father-in-law said the same thing. So this time, we were going down to the Ritz Hotel, and we were going to visit Andre Glenn, Grandmaster Glenn, house, security. He is a certified master anti-terrorist specialist. So, I get with him, we go down and train, he just, things. So we're going to meet him because he's doing the job with Ludacris. They say, come on down, we go over things. So, you have to have, go to the elevator takes you to the second floor, and you got to stop right there, then he got to come and get us, take us where we're going to go. So we on the elevator, and it's me, Sensei Lafiz, Sensei Jamal, Sheehan and my father-in-law, Roberto. So the elevator goes up to the second floor, and it opens up, and there's two Cuban guys there at the desk. As soon as it opened up, and I stepped up, I said, and everybody was starting, what in the world? And then I told them, it's one thing, the big guy. So, I had to probably accept it.
So that was something right there. What type of impact did his training have on your life?
Man, Professor was able to pull things out of me that I didn't know was there. He would tell me how dangerous I was, and you're a dangerous man. And I was like, I don't get it, I don't see it, but he has a way of putting you in situations where you will see it. And he's pulled things out of me that, blew my mind. Professor, we were training at his house one day. He was showing me some knife tech. I brought this big knife. They call it, it's like a Rambo knife from First Blood. I bought a knife for him. And he was showing me the proper way to do knife fighting and things like that. He has training blades. So we went in the house and he's showing me techniques with the training blades, which have, the point is a little more round and it's not as sharp. So, right, the edge. So he's showing me all of this stuff. And at the end, he was like, "You good?" And I'm like, "You good? Come on, class is over." So we're walking out, and he has my Rambo knife. This was a real blade. It's sharp as a razor, real sharp point. He has the blade. We walk into the car, we're talking, And just like me, just like you, pulled the knife out. He pulled the knife out the sheath and swung it at me. I don't know what I did, but something he brought out of me, the knife was on the ground. And I had his hand, this arm. And he was like, see, I told you. See? So he has a way of bringing stuff out of you that you don't even know is there.
How do you think his training can relate to the youth of today? You being a former police officer and seeing what's going on in society right now.
I agree with what everybody said as far as discipline, structure. Him being the mentor the way that he is, wow, his training would be so beneficial to the youth of today. If I could give you an example of something he brought out of me. I go to a tournament. We go to this tournament. I think you were there. Go to this tournament, and there's this Grandmaster there. Understand what I'm saying? Grandmaster there. That's spinning the stick around and throwing it up in the air and throwing all this stuff. I'm like, wow. The professor like, he good, man, he good. I said, yeah, he good. And he was like, you're going to get filmed. I said, what? I said, you playing, right? He said, no. He said, you're going to use the knives. Two. He said, you're going to use the two knives. You're going to do a form. You're going to do Sanuka's Jiu-Jitsu, short form number 1. 2, 1 through 3, wasn't it? Or was it just one? Just one. So I said, I don't know it with the knives. He said, you're going to learn in 15 minutes. Let's go out in the hallways. I said, Professor, that's a Grandmaster, man. What you doing? And he was like, in the hallway. Let's go. We go out in the hallway, and this is where I started calling him Mick from Rocky. I don't know if y'all saw Rocky too. But Mick, Mick was like, come on, gouge his eyes out. Do this. So he's telling me with the knife, he's like, swing them knives, swing them hard, cut him up. I'm trying not to laugh. I'm like, is this Mick a professor? So we go inside. I do it like he's in the corner, like yelling, like, cut him up, cut him. There's one part, you come up on the ground, you come up, and he wanted me to end in this position. So I did it, and this guy did his thing, So when the scores came up, I lost, right? And he over there jumping around. Yeah! I didn't get it at the level I was thinking at the time. But what was he so happy about? I lost by half a point. I was a first-degree black belt. This is a Grandmaster. He was seeing something I didn't. I wasn't quite. I'm looking at him like, what you happy about? I lost, man. He was like, half a point. He explained it to me. He was like, that was a half a point. You know how much more trained this guy goes around in tournaments? He wins all the time. He said, you a first-degree black belt. You lost by not a point, a half a point. And then I thought about it. I said, yeah.
All right, Andre, thank you.
There's two things in mind. When you talk about being put under pressure, training in my house, there's two instances. He can explain what he would have to go through. Well, number one, there's three things in that thing. When you talk about pressure, this is something another student brought up. I think you bring it up. It was a good point. His first test, he traveled. Whole family traveled for the first test. That's one incident. The second thing is, actually, his wife didn't think it was safe for him to train. And then he met a TV star in my house who happened to be, he trained with the Gracies, Right. And I was like, okay, no problem. Well, I didn't tell him, but he had a good experience with that. And the last experience that's very important, when I went to Brooklyn, New York, and I had to teach a portion of the seminar, and I told him, he started walking on, huh? got to do fourth, you be black belts, third and fourth, be black belts, and things like, he said, I'm gonna be proud of it. But, you know, took that time, like cookie cake. He did a great, like, don't tell me, tell him. He can play those instruments.
The incident he's talking about in New York, professor taught me, I was able to go through all 10 short forms of Sanuka-Sru Jiu-Jitsu fighting short forms. Then I learned all 5 of the long forms. And we got to the first 3 Pia forms, and the professor told me, it's not that I didn't believe him, but it's like, huh? He was like, right now, you know more. Was our first degree black belt at the time?
Oh, but at that time, he was second round.
I was brown belt. But he told me, you know more than some grandmasters. And I was like, no, that's a lot. There's no way. Nah. But he said, I'm telling you. And he wanted me to get out and teach a class in New York. And I'm feeling real, what's the word? I ain't good enough. Yeah, I'm intimidated. These guys out there, they doing all this stuff. I'm like, man, professor keeps doing this to me. You know? So he put me out there, he said, teach the class. And he wanted me to teach the fundamentals of simply just yoi, which they didn't know. And the application of what these moves actually, when we doing the short form, what those moves actually mean, even the footwork. And they didn't know it. But for us, that's like, you learn that in the beginning. And it showed me that his training was far above what the other people were doing. Even in Sanukas. It's like, this was at the knife training we went to some point. I'm doing short form number 1 and 2. And people are looking at it like, whoa, can you show me that? And I'm thinking, well, I learned this in the beginning. This the beginning stage stuff. But for them, it wasn't. It's something they had learned or seen. So I started looking at the professor like, man, who are you? When he started 2 o'clock in the morning, I called him 2 o'clock in the morning because I was asked to do a film one time. And when I pulled up at the places they were doing the auditions, and they asked me to be in the film. But this was a walkthrough of everything. So I met the guy at a tournament the professor was at. So when I get there, I knock on the door, and just like now, I pulled a muscle in my back at the time. And so I wasn't going to go because I could barely walk. So I pulled the muscle, I knock on the door. I'm like, yeah, I'm Dre. They was asked to come here. It was like, who asked you to come here? And I said, got the guy's name. I said his name. And, well, who you train with? I train with Professor Sayfullaah and Many. Wait a minute. And they go back to me. All these people come to do. You Sayfullaah and Many student? I said, yeah. Well, come on in. Have a seat. Sit down. Well, your back hurt? Wait a minute. We got some stuff for you. Straight up. Massage in my back. I'm sitting there like, what is people? I'm sitting there getting the massage and everything. I'm like, all right, well, this is what I'm going to do. Once on my back is cool, I'll do this. And then they're like, yeah, tell Sayfullaah we said hello. So I get in the car. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. They treated me real good. Feed me and everything. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm leaving. And I'm driving home, and I said, I got a call. I'm like, it's late. I'm a call. I got a call. His reputation is peak.
He's the first person ever I saw on Facebook. When Grandmaster Sayfullaah is teaching class, he's like, Nick, I'm the buffer. Now look at the thing on top. But when he's walking, when he's outside of that, he's like, Harper.
I say that.
I saw that. Oh, God.
The reason I call him Kaiser Associate, well, I explain why I call him Mick. I call him Kaiser Sose because sometimes you could be walking with Professor somewhere and he got, he walking, he got his cane, and he like this. I'm just looking at him like, come on, man. Then he get in class, all right, line up! Let's go! Everybody, let's go! And he's flipping everybody around, and then after pass over, he go back to got his cane, he start walking around. No, man.
Like, you're about to next year.
Right. My first exam was in Atlanta. Professor, okay, I start training with him. And we're going through the first 10 required techniques, and he tells me, you got 2 weeks to learn. Going to Atlanta. I usually give people 6 months, but you're gonna get it in 2 weeks. I know you can do it. I said, wait a minute, wait. Again, something he's giving me to do that, I said, 2 weeks, but they get 6 months, I get 2 weeks. He said, we're gonna do it in 2 weeks. Come to class every day. And I had to come to class every day up until we went. By the time we went, I had all the tests. This was my first time, because I would go to class in the morning, so sometimes it would be just me and them. And then my brother here, Ali, it'd be the 3 of us. So I'm going in for 2 weeks. We get to Atlanta. It's my first time being in a full class, because I'm used to just the 2 of us. And everybody here knows what a class is like with a professor when it's just the 2 of you. Right? Well, that was my experience for years. Right. That was my experience for years. So that's all I kind of knew. So I'm in the class and some stuff, the exercise was grueling. So after you get through all this exercise and you soaking wet, now the test starts. And I'm like, I can't even breathe right now. So he had me to do I did all 10 of the required techniques. I'm thinking it's over. He told, all right, now fight. Now I don't have nothing left, right? After we go through the whole, I remember, what's the brother's name? The brother that kept kicking me all over.
Sensei Kyrie.
Sensei Kyrie. He tells him to just attack me. And he kicking me. I'm thinking we supposed to be doing the 10 required techniques. I said, man, he's gonna grab my wrist. He's They saying, fight. I said, what? I thought it was the required technique. Get a fight with him. I'm standing there in the room. By this time, I'm so exhausted and I'm dripping, and I'm from dehydrated. The room is spinning. I'm dizzy, and I'm trying to, and I hear Sensei Abdul Kareem, Sheehan Abdul Kareem. I hear him saying, find it, Dre, find it, Dre, because I was about to pass out. I can't see him. I'm sitting there, and I'm like, and then he's still, what is a man, a woman, or martial arts? I'm like, man, I can't even stand up, man. A man, a woman, or martial arts is one of the things. I started saying, I got it out. Then he finally said, time, And I was about to drop him. Sheehan, Professor Abu Beta, he walked me outside. He said, come on, you can go outside. This man took me outside, had me raise my arms up and breathe until everything, can you see them? He could tell I was gone. I was about to fall. My first test was so grueling. I was like, I don't know if I want to take another test.
How did the family go?
My family was mad at me. They said, I don't know if you should be training with this guy. He's trying to kill you out there. So that was it.
And also one more thing I gotta say, is because of Andre. I always wondered, when there was 1975, Dr. Moses Powers, he played in The Warrior Within. And I always looked at, I felt that he didn't get enough. He wasn't portrayed enough in there, So I said, what if you ever got The Warrior Within, but it was all salutes, and I did King. But I never thought I would do it. What happened was after Dr. Moore's father passed away, people started saying that people wasn't true students. They wasn't the real students of Dr. Moore's father. They would come late. So I said, you know what? I said, just in case, a law firm dollar calls me back, I'm going to read something here. 15, 20 minutes, all I need. After I saw what he did for his teachers, with the real martial arts show.
Right, real martial arts.
And then I went over, she brought me over to the house, and I saw it. I said, oh wow, this guy got some skills, you can put something together. I said, so I called, I finally got in touch with them, going to the after, and I told him after those days, I want to put the sermons together, and we want to put, I want to put just 15, 20 minutes, just proving that I'm a student of Dr. Moore's power. Well, more ideas came to me and it turned to that they were trying to tell me something, we had to cut it down.
Right.
And I called, can you do this? And he put some nice things in there himself that he surprised me with at the end. And it was good because I took the training, I got a couple of students at the end, and I wanted to show that we were actually bona fide students of students under the legendary Dr. Moore's power. Then I'm there. Over here. We finally got it done. And then I decided I wanted to share with Howard, right? And I told him I was the key cafe. So he was one of the I showed it at the premiere. And Howard was one of the key cafe, one of the sponsors. And then he introduced me that night. Out of 200 seats in the theater, we built the seats. We had 190 seats still, and that premiere there, it was like I'm on the balcony like this, and they went off. So I would have me come to this. I got a friend that he's small boy, and he had
He's the head of the Philadelphia Film Festival, and he wrote the original Shaka Zulu. And so I said, yo, Nat, I want you to see something. And I said, you got to see this, man. I said, we can take this to the film festival and all that, to the martial arts division. So we did that, and they weren't even registered to be in it, but won honorable mention in the Philadelphia Film Festival. Then, so Larry said, Larry said, we'll go to France now.
Well, we'll go to France.
That was before.
Right, but the New York.
You went to New York first, right?
Yes. I said,
right.
So I didn't have money though, then the student, Sadiq or him about that. He said, don't worry about it, I got it. So I said, okay. I didn't expect, I really didn't, that's on the world, I found out we were going to be in the same movie theater, go out, because at that time, that crazy movie. And we were going to be in the theater. I said, okay, well, we get there doing the movie theater. So I thought, we set the whole thing up, and we premiered it, so 2 minute clip, very good job, everything they asked us they would do. Like, we said in the theater, that theater went crazy. That theater was full of back. Somebody tried to stop us, but that's another story. But that theater was packed. And next thing I know, they called me and said, you're going to be in that for martial arts documentary.
Best martial arts, Mike.
I said, what? Yeah, there's 4 others. So I went, I viewed the other, I said, one of them was real good. The other 3, man, one of them was real good. Not that's a good job. I went. Somebody called me and said, Leonardo won. But it was something from New York, and I had to do a little logistics that night though, because when they called up on the stage, I thought I had it all planned out. Something, that's the word about. Me, I don't get involved, touching women that I'm not married, so I stay away from them. They had 2 very nice looking young ladies up there who was, I saw what they did. When you come and get your award, they come and stand right next to the guy, I said, said, I'm not, and then also I had to walk through the crowd. So I said, that the guy said, there's nothing back me. I can come around and get in and get out, you know. He said, yeah, you go up there, when I said, come out, I said, okay, I got all planned. I ain't seen those niggas, they was nowhere in sight. They called my name on the stage, they looked at me to come down there. All those people, I'm not going down there. I came from the outer stage, oh, there he is. Got my award, and as soon as I thought it was a clean breakaway, as soon as I get off the stage, I'm like, that's whole my world is. I'm trying to like, not even close to the base. They trying to, then one, he said, he said, I do martial arts too, and I'm in a few actors. Yeah, that's my number. Oh, let me get out. So that one, man, watch the back. And I think I really was just to prove that me and my people were authentic. We were actually students, you know, and that we got the authentic system with the nuclear, you know, from the law.
Did you go to France?
No,
he called me to ask me, they said, we want to New York. You want to go to France? I said, don't you paying for it? He said, no, I can't go to France.
That was the time.
Kane's world.
They said they wanted to go out there, and I was shocked. The guy called me from the beach and said, we're going to show you a movie out there. And, you know, I said, I ain't got no money, you know, to them to eat for you. I said, nah, man, you my teacher, you got to get no money. Wherever that thing is, you know, you don't even build the doors in German. So, I said, I don't know. I don't worry about it. He said, I'm going to go with you, and then I'm going to even go with my wife in the wild. I said, oh, okay. The problem was, that thing was so big. That's what I really love and respect of my students. He paid for it. It was already paid. Me and him go. The minute he found out that I was going, after the film festival was over, I was going to be in France for 2 weeks by myself. He was coming back, he was going to Morocco. And there was no plane coming back. Everything was booked up. So I had to be in France. He said, you can't be in France by yourself. He said, you either get in trouble, or you want to get somebody, or no, that's the thing. He said, no. He said, we just, you know, let's cancel this, you know. I said, no problem. Go ahead, you know, you're right. You know, I'm not going to pick nobody, and I'm not speaking French, you know. It can be, you know, I'm not saying no room for no food. So, you know, I'm going to run into somebody, or somebody's going to run into me. You know, and being understand each other, and, you know what happened. Me and I might in prison. So I said, you know, they want to be trying to get you. There's some reason why they get you trying to get that's why I took that. Even today, like, people are like, they went all over the place. Andre came through that.
The thing about watching back is, like you said, it was supposed to be he came to me and said, I just want to do a 15-minute documentary, just documenting my training under the legendary Dr. Mo Style. And he said, all right, what you want to put in it, you know? And the idea just started coming, idea after idea after idea. It's why it wound up being over an hour. Like you said, we had to cut it down. But it was a chance for me to see Sanukas up close. I hadn't become a student yet. I was just doing a documentary for him. But I'm recording, you don't even know I'm recording. I recorded you praying and everything. I'm going to keep this man on tape. I want to see everything he's doing. So when we record Watch It Back, the moves he's doing, I was zooming in on it. While I'm home, I'm going back, I'm rewinding, I just kind of learning this stuff.
He made sure he got his favorite move in there. There's one part of Watch It Back. I said, Watch It Back.
Right.
You go the line, you go back to this sort of, I just jacked up. I'm back up. Watch It Back. He played 3 or 4 times. Watch It Back. Watch It Back.
That's it.
All right. Sarge.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
My name is Suleiman, Sensei Suleiman. I've been training with the professor in Sanokushu Jiu-Jitsu for about 20 years, Professor? Yeah. About 20 years. But the road to that, I have to start back in the 80s, actually. I met the professor in 1982. At the time, I was actually training well, I started training in martial arts when I was in college. I was in college, and I got into a fight with one of the wrestlers, one of the college wrestlers on the basketball court, and I thought I could fight, really. And so, we started, he charged me and we started fighting. So I hit him with boom, boom, boom. And he just reached over me, grabbed me by the back of my pants, and suplexed me. Boom. And I hit that ground and I saw all kind of lightning and stars, and 2-3 guys had to hold him to keep him from getting to me. And I said, you know what, I gotta learn some martial arts. So that's what pushed me into the martial arts. Anyway, when I met the professor, I was training in ninjutsu. And I met him, he came to a promotion that I was having. If any brother knows Sensei Abdul Salam, he's a student of Sensei Wigington, who was a student of Grandmaster Ronald Duncan, I'm sorry. So I was studying ninjutsu with him, and I was going up for green or brown or something at the time. So, I went through and Sensei Malik, he invited, the senior grandmaster there. And like I said, I had never met him. I didn't know him, So anyway, I'm going through the exam, and if everyone's been to exams before, so we go through the exam. I'm doing everything, breaking, forms and everything, stuff like that. And, so by the end of it, it's time for kumite, and my engine is up here. So, Sensei Malik put me out there, and he called out the senior grandmaster Sayfullaah, who at the time was Shaka Zulu. Shaka Zulu. So he comes out, we ran into one another, and I look at his belt, right? And this is my ignorance. His belt is shredded, and it's white. It's, well, you know how it is, it's gray. So I look and I say to myself, why didn't he get a new belt? I missed the whole point, but anyway, so, they raid in, and, I just went at it. I went at it. I don't know, I think I might have threw a kick or reverse punch or something, but of course he slipped all of that. And then so, we came back, and he came past my face with, what was it? It wasn't a spinning back kick, but it was a back kick, right? And I saw his footprint come like this, and I thought I ducked it, right? So anyway, somebody in the crowd said, you better stop doing that, he's gonna set you up. I still remember it to the day. So anyway, next time we raid up, I don't know what technique I used, but as soon as the ref came out, I went after him. And it was like something from the Matrix. It was like, right? And he hit me right here, right? He hit me right here, and he broke 2 ribs. He hit me right there, and I mean, it felt like somebody hit me with a bat or I got shot. And I went down, and they tell me they hit me with a spinning back kick, a leaping spinning back kick. And he got me there, and I wound up in the hospital. I had to go to the hospital. I finished, and I got promoted. He gave me my belt. Did you give me my belt?
That's the least he can.
And when he gave me my belt, he said to me, "Oh, I only hit you with 10% of my power." And I didn't understand it then, but years later I understand, because that was disrespectful, and I deserved it. And I wound up apologizing to, the senior grandmaster years later. Well, not years later. It wasn't that long, but I apologized to him for that. So that was how I met him. All right. Matter of fact, let me just say this, because you're going to ask me if I had ever seen him in action. About 2 weeks later, and I'm still recuperating, right? But Sensei Malik called me. He said, "Slam, come on, man. I'm gonna come by and pick you up. We're gonna go over to Shaka's place. He's been challenged by this guy, Mike. Mike, he a full contact fight. He got a fight coming up, so you want to fight shotgun to get ready for the fight.
I'm dead.
I said, okay.
I'm dead.
You did?
Yeah, I'm dead.
And so we go
Hold
down.
up, lady. Hold up. Did you pause it? Still going.
So Sensei Malik came by, he picked me up, and we went to Senior Grandmaster Sayfullaah. At the time, it was on 52nd and Arch. So we came in, and we came in, we sat down, and the Senior Grandmaster, he was waiting for his other student to come, Timmy. Timmy came. So when Mike came, he was real boisterous, real arrogant. He came in. He said, all right, Shaka, what's up? And he said, well, you're going to fight my black dog, Timmy. So he wound up knocking Timmy out. And Senior Grandmaster got upset and went and put on his fight uniform. At the time, I believe he was still New York lightweight kickboxing champion. He was still the champion of New York State lightweight champion. So he put on his outfit and he came out and he put on a masterful performance. I mean, the only way I could describe it to you, he was like a mechanic. He took that engine apart and left it on the floor. I mean, he was just trying techniques, and I'd never seen anybody do this, but he hit him with a leaping roundhouse kick in the air, right to the temple. I mean, it was like picture perfect. Boom, and the guy, he stunned him, and he fell back, and then he jumped up again and hit him with a side kick, stop kick.
The round had ended. That thing.
Oh, that round had ended, right, okay.
And the second round,
right.
the side kick.
So the second round that you hit him with that leaping side, he hit him with a leaping side kick and put him through the wall. Well, not through the wall, in the wall, right? And we had to try to get him out the wall. No, seriously. And when we got him out the wall, his hip had dislocated.
Wow.
So we just laid him on the floor and we called the EMTs, man, and they came and straightened him up. And that's what I saw him in that performance. I seen him do other things over the years, but
Kung Fu Mike. What happened was we had a fight down in Vineland, New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So we left from our tournament that we gave, and we went to Vineland, New Jersey to fight. So he lost the fight down there.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew Kung Fu Mike from high school.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So he called me that day, and I'm sitting at my desk at the dojo, and I'm just relaxed. No classes. I said, yes. It's Kung Fu Mike. I said, okay. I'm like, what's wrong? You all right? I'm coming up there. I can beat you. I said, Mike, don't come with that nonsense. He said, he thinks something like, I'm the king or something like that. I said, all right, well, he's going to be whatever you want to be. Just leave me alone. So he come running up there, and I called Sensei Malik, and Sensei Malik called too. I said, come from Mike, I'm going up here, man. So I'm going to call Timmy. Let Timmy take him. Now, Timmy was EQ. He wasn't brown, like EQ.
He wasn't like
He broke your brown. But I think, Timmy, he was pretty good. I said, go take care of my leg. He came right along from his house. He didn't want everything. And, matter of fact, Kung Fu Mike got there before Timmy got there. He came in the door. It was like he owned the dojo. Mm-hmm. Very disrespectful. Shaka! I said, yes. He's ready. Ready for me. I said, just calm down. So Timmy finally came. And Timmy was doing a good job. He was doing a great job until Kung Fu Mike, I don't know what he hit him with. But it reminded me of that cartoon I used to watch. The spoon, and you go in the corner and go, woo! I think Timmy was knocked out. Whoa! So I went and I got dressed. I said, well, I got to take care of this business. 6 EMTs that they got him up, they peeled him off the wall. He was laying down. Now he did something. Every time I went to the movies after that and I saw, what's that? The Terminator on us. I think about Kung Fu Mike. Kung Fu Mike was on the stretcher, his hands stretched out like this. They carried him out the dojo, and before he got to the door, he said, "Shut up!" I said, yes, I'll be back. I said, no, Arnold, that's Mike. That's Mike. But years later, this is, that happened in the 80s. This is in the 2000s now. I met Paul Tank Dozier and Harold Woodley, who's another, I got to mention his name on Facebook. Harold Woodley, another fantastic friend of that combined. Me and him, he makes uniforms and stuff, so I was talking to him. He called me, and I said, oh, Harold's calling me? He said, Mom, do you know some guy? I think his name is Mike. What are you talking about? Coming from Mike? He said, I don't know, I know him as Mike. He's one of my clients. But he got a lot of respect for you. He was just thinking, I said, so I told Harold the story. And I said, oh, no wonder. No wonder. But I turned back over to this situation.
Okay, so we fast forward from that to 2001, 2002. So I've been training, prior to that, I've been training in Taekwondo with Sayfullaah Bashir. He's dead now, in the University. But I trained with him for about 3 or 4 years. And I got black belt with him, you know. And when the day that we all got black belts, and Ali was here, Ali left. But Ali was there too. And he got black belt also at the time. So it was about 5 or 6 of us. And Sayfullaah set us all down. He said, look, he said, I've taught you everything I know. He said, what I want y'all to do now, I want y'all to go and train. At that time, you were Sheehan. He said, I want you to go and train with Sheehan Sayfullaah. And I'm thinking in the back of my mind, what? Because, I never trained with him, but, because we had that, that particular incident. But anyway, there was no bad blood. I was just surprised. I was just surprised by it. So he was my instructor, and I did what he said. I did what he said. So the next week, I showed up at Grandmaster Sayfullaah's class, senior Grandmaster Sayfullaah's class. And I had my Taekwondo uniform on, had my black belt on, and I participated in class. It was grueling. First class, I think we did like 300 jumping jacks and 250 sit-ups and, push-ups and then it was time for class. You know what I mean? So that was an awakening. So anyway, we went through the class and everything, and then after the class was over, Senior Grandmaster came to all of us who came that night, and he told us, he said, look, I'm glad y'all came. You can come to the next class, but you can't wear that black belt. He said, you didn't earn that here. He said, so if you come to this class, the next time you show up, have a white belt. In the next class, I was the only one that showed up. I was the only one that showed up. I've been with the professor ever since. So that's how I met him, and that's how I trained with him. And I trained with him from a white belt all the way up to now I'm a 4th down in Sanook's Jiu-Jitsu. In terms of, and there were some episodes through those years, because the professor he had some tricks with him. Sometimes if it was the wintertime, if it was the dead wintertime, he'd come in the dojo, turn off the heat, and open up all the windows. And we would train and train and train to look like we was ghosts in there. The steam was just coming off us. You know what I mean? And then in the summertime, he would close all the windows and turn the heat all the way up. See, I see you guys shaking your heads. You know what I'm talking about. And, class was grueling. It was grueling. And he would hammer techniques into you, hammer. We go over them techniques. He said, you don't know the technique until you do it at least 1,000 times. Then it starts to reveal itself to you. And then once we got him, he would make us do them backwards. It was just, and I learned things about the professor. I learned, because I trained with a few people over the years, and Senior Grandmaster was the most competent well, no, I'm not going to say competent because the others ones were competent too. But he was a phenom, if I could say that, because the way he taught, he pushed me to points where I never thought I could go. Never thought I could go. And I mean, you know, to the point where I learned what exhaustion was really. You know, you train and train and train to the point where you get tired. You thought you was dead tired. Then he would push you past that to the point where I remember in my first black belt test, my first dime test. We started at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Seminar in Long Island. And it was a long ride too, getting up there. But Sheehan was a student of one of the branches of the Daituru family, the original family, you know, from Soke Tanaka. Tanaka. Yeah. And he was about 78 years old at the time. He's an old man, right? But anyway, so the seminar was nice. And when I walked in with him, he looked over. He said to me, I remember you. And he came over and he spoke to him, and he was just highly respectful of him. But anyway, so we went through the seminar and everything. And Ray Goldberg was there, Sensei Goldberg Sensei. He was there. And he said, I want to show you something. And Ray Goldberg Sensei leaned over to me and said, no, don't show me. Didn't he say?
Yeah.
He said,
and that covered
don't show me. No. He said, no, I want to show them. They have to know this. So he called out, we got on, and he got up and he would stumble and everything because he was 88 years old, then he got himself together. He called out one of the black belts, called him out, and he told him just ray in, right? And so he did a breathing exercise, and he did like this. And stopped at his face, right? He didn't touch him. He drove him down backwards onto the floor. And while he was standing on the floor, now I'm sitting where you sit, right? And I'm looking, and veins just popping out of his head. He's all red and everything. He never put his hands on him. But he did something to him. He was locked up, and he turned him over and did this. 1, 2, boom, and the dude snapped out of it. I've never seen nothing like that in my life.
He asked me who was going, he broke down the number and came over to him full force. And all pianos, they were just like, the camera, right? Stopped his face. He just, they told him,
Froze.
Just froze up there like that. Right from there, he was straight.
And I'm talking,
back.
he drove him backwards. He never moved from the spot. He drove him backwards to the point where he was folded like that. Never seen nothing like that in my life. And he turned him over, and whatever he put in him, he released it. And I looked at the professor. I said, "Did you see that?" I said, "That's unbelievable." I said, "Let's get out of here." That was unbelievable.
Because I wanted them to see, because I had already experienced it when I went up, because I gave a show, the 1991 show, the Black Belts. And after the show, Khalid came up to me. He said, Professor, look, you said you had acquisition here. I said, didn't see that's behavior. That's not acquisition. So I had to get right, in acquisition. I'm thinking, okay, well, what is acquisition? So I got a U.S. Dojo magazine. I read through there, and on the back, near the back, it talked about acquisition, like and they said there was only 6 people in the United States that were authentic acquisition instructors. And Sheehan was one of them. And he was in St. Louis Obispo, California. And I said, well, the one gave me, right? He ain't on this list. That, I said, wait a minute. So I called out to California. I said, you having a seminar? Yes. Send your money in and your registration, and you can come. But when you come out here, yes, I studied another system. At that time, I think it was 4 to be black said, no problem with that. I went out there, I'm gonna tell you, that was a rude awakening for me. That's why I say people get rank and stuff, they take rank from people and they just accept it. I have to know. When I teach my students, I gotta give my students the real thing. I can't be giving you something that's fake and false, you know. So I get out there and they accepted me, you know, with the training, the night training. And then the next training was in Dojo A and Dojo B. So now it's time to go to Dojo B. So I'm sitting on the floor, you know, and he's teaching, and Frank and all this big, strong students, you know, he's a little guy. So he was doing kotegaeshi. And when we do it, we do it with the hand. He stood there, and Frank, the big, strong guy, grabbed him like that. And all Kiyama did was like that, and so and down, boom! And I looked, and I guess he saw a look on my face. He said, ooh, Sayfullaah, you don't believe. Come. You know, and just like my students look at me like Andre said, because, you know, I'm not going to slip over for you. You know, I got up there, and I said, if anybody see me watch it back, you see me grab Doc, I said, oh, you meant that for real. You know, when I grab you, you know, you're a master, so I'm not, you know, I grabbed his hand, boom! And the next thing I know, I was going, woo, bam! I said, oh, there's something there. I never done this. I got up, and I sat down, from then I was cool. And at that point, well, didn't know I'll tell you what happened. All right, so we went to the training, and some other fantastic stuff happened in the training. But the main thing is, he invited me to his house. And I was like, honest, you got some time to come to the house. Went to his house. All the people, there was actors, books, all of I had the books, I had the tapes, right? He said, Roy, go get the tapes. Roy said, no, Sheehan. Roy, go get the tapes. He brought the tapes out. He's playing them. I said, he doesn't keep on studying. He said, maybe jujitsu, but no, I ain't jujitsu. I said, and these are famous people, right? I said, that's it. I know what I'm gonna do when I get home. When I got home, I went and found my certificate, tore it up. And I didn't tell nobody. I said, no, I'm not saying, but then what you? I said, no, forget about what I said before. I said, I don't know no acting. Because what I found out, to get into acting, there's 118 basic techniques that you have to learn first. And that's what I told you, I told you jujitsu. When you learn those, and it's over, and those 118 turns to 6,000. Then that brings you up to third level. At third dan, then you get into acting. I didn't know that people could take people money and tell them, you know, acting, do this. I said, I'm going to go study this from the way it's supposed to be studied. That's the way, you know, in Shotokan, Taekwondo, whatever it is, you know, become students. We have to really get in. So I wanted my students to see what I had experienced. I didn't expect to see that. That was something I said, whoa! Let's see how I can do that. But he didn't even test him. He did, his hand was this close. That's it. And that's a full Oizuki coming. Like that. He's stopping. Oh. And one of the interesting things he told us that day, remember, since explaining, he said, I didn't like school. So I had a choice. He said, my father, I come home, he said, you either go to training or you go to school. And he said, when he went to training, he said that his father told him, if you don't train, you don't eat. Right? So he, you know, and then with his students, you know, when they try to stop, he said, no, I got to see if I can still do. You know, because the students don't come, you come this week, no, good for me. Come, you know. So that's why I respect my students. I said, wow, you know, my students let me know I can still move. You know, I got something in the tank left. You know. And one thing I want to say about Sensei Sayfullaah is one of them.
I just want, before you go, Professor, let me just add a couple more things. Okay, just one thing is that the professor did that no one that I ever trained with had done previously. He made us read. We had a reading regimen that we had to go through. We had to study the history of jiu-jitsu, of martial arts, period. The bunkai, the spirit of the warrior, circle theory, all types of books we had to read. We had to keep them in our library. And then when we tested, he would ask us questions, just to make sure we were up on it, and I had never experienced that before, so it was a well-rounded training. Just one other incident I want to talk about is one day I got to the dojo. I got there early. So I got there early and I changed and everything, and I'm out on the floor. And, Professor always came in, but I mean, that's his right, because we would come and then we would warm up and everything, and we would do all our rollouts and break falls and everything. So by the time he came, we were loose. So today, nobody came. Right? I was the only one there. So when the professor came up, he looked in the window. He didn't say nothing to me. He looked in, because we had a window. He looked in the window, and then he went to his office, and he came back out, with his gi and everything on, and and he had the shinai with him. The shinai. So the whole class was on Tai Sabaki. The whole class, just Tai Sabaki, just moving. Just moving, just moving out the way. And he was coming at me with the shinai, And in between rounds, we did it like a fight. In between rounds, I would have to roll out through the whole dojo, then come back up and face it. And I don't know how many times we did it. I don't know how many times, but the last few times we did it, I was so disorientated and dizzy. I didn't know where he was. So when he was coming at me, I would just dive roll out the way, forget I would just dive roll and come back up. And then if I thought I saw him, then I'd get ready. And we went like that for 2 hours.
Yeah, we did about seven rounds.
And he got me to the point where I was exhausted. I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't move no more. He ran up on me and he stabbed me. And after that, whenever I would come to class, I'd peep in to see if anybody was there. And if there wasn't anybody there, I'd go back into my car, because I would park somewhere where I could see the door. And I'd go back to my car, and I'd sit in my car and wait for somebody else to come before I would come up there.
Remember what you told me?
What did I tell you?
What you told me?
What did I tell you?
You came back the next time, remember you said, where was y'all at?
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Abu Mateen, rank is Shodan, beginning level of the black belt tier.
How did you meet the professor?
I met the professor, I guess it was over 20 years ago, and that was on a security issue that we had with another community. Through a mutual friend of ours, we were advised to go to him and seek out help from, him and his students. And we won't get into those details, but that is how I met Grandmaster when he was on 52nd at Master Sayfullaah.
How's the professor as a martial arts teacher, in your opinion?
Martial arts teacher, Grandmaster, I guess I would look at him from 3 different angles, and then that probably will include one of the other questions that may come up. But first and foremostly, I see him as a Muslim, and one of the things that I appreciate from being one of the students is the focus on a prayer. Okay, we go to many conferences and many demonstrations, and we see that people become lax as it relates to our devotion to the Creator, to Allah. Okay, so having that first and foremost in our training is it definitely speaks volumes about him as a teacher. Okay, then after that, when we look at the system itself, we can say that he's very disciplined. He's very disciplined, especially as it relates to how he teaches. And myself being a teacher, in secular sciences, seeing a person who can teach and who can methodically lay out the agenda, arriving at objectives as it relates to our martial arts training, to me it's important. So he's very methodical, he's disciplined, and then he also holds us accountable. And then outside of that, as a teacher, as we talked about, many others have mentioned the family aspect. That it's just not a commercial dojo, but you feel that you're a part of the family, the Salukis family, along with the Shotokan family, all of us being under the same teacher, it's important. We look and we can see that we call the 70s as children, and then through the 80s, the grandchildren, and the great-grandchildren. I guess we would be considered great-great-grands of his system. So being a baby of the system, and seeing, how he represents Islam, how he represents the system, and how he represents himself, as a person, that's how I see him as a professor.
Have you ever witnessed him in a fight, whether in training or part of did he use you in a demonstration?
I haven't witnessed them in any fights. I don't know whether to say fortunately or unfortunately, but from the stories that we hear, these are stories of legend, and we've heard them, throughout time, and then hearing some of the others validate that and bear witness to being a part of that. For me, it's pretty interesting. Now, as being a uke, yeah, for sure. And it's interesting because you can demonstrate or spar or be the uke of some of the other senseis, and Sheehans, and everybody has a different touch. Everybody has a different touch. One thing about the Grandmaster is when he touches you in a particular technique, that touch is always in the same spot, and it's very effective. It's always in the same spot, and it's very effective.
There's one encounter that comes to mind. I think the Dobutin Sensei remembers. He had just got off the floor with a very fantastic. The Sensei in the feast let him off the hook. And I said, "Oh, you have somebody. You got to take him out." But Sensei in the feast, walked on. This is one of the people that helped to establish it. Just maybe another one, the warriors in dojo. So I just happened to see, how Sensei Abdul-Mateen moved. And so I asked him to come on the floor so he can tell you how that turned out.
Are you talking about as far as the pushing and the pulling? Yeah. Yeah, so I sparred with Sensei Nafis. We went on for quite a while. And then when Grandmaster, called me out, I actually tried to do the same thing that I was doing with Sensei Nafis. Of course, it ended much more quickly. We don't need to say who the victor was. But, it was just a matter of push and pull and trying to find, the entry point. And as I was trying to find that entry point, I ended up in the air, on my back. I don't think there's anything else to say about that. And I'm quite sure that we did that 10 times. 10 times out of 10, it would have ended the same way.
He said to me after he said, "That was too easy." And I remember, I think that was before or after my surgery.
This was after the surgery. This was after the surgery. He was still coming in on the cane.
On the cane, huh?
But hey, I had my cane, but I was able.
Yeah, he was another story. How is he as a teacher? And speaking on, the cane and being able to do what he did after surgery. he's a teacher, at the core. I remember visiting him in the hospital. And in his hospital bed with 2 hip replacements under heavy medication, he walked me through short form number 8. He taught me from the hospital bed. So, and the more you feel like you're being an inconvenience, it seemed like that took him out of all of that was surrounding him and put him back in a comfort place right in his element. So it was interesting.
What type of impact has his training had on your life?
Impact on my life. I guess I met Grandmaster where he is now, not where he was when he was kicking through plate glass windows and, and stabbing students and whatever else and having the police called on him. I met him at a different place. And one of the things that resonates with me the most is the mental aspect of the training. The mental aspect of the training. And even Sayfullaah mentioned the reading requirements, that we have, and the mindset of the warrior. And this is something that resonates with me, as a Muslim, as we move through the world, that we must be at a heightened level of consciousness, that everything is not just physical. And being able to traverse certain encounters, situations, and battling those things with the mind, without having to become physical. This is the goal. And sitting in conference rooms and dealing with direct reports, dealing with supervisors, whatever angle you want to look at it from, there's always Sanukas involved, right? And it starts with the mind, and if you can negotiate that, find those entries and those exits, and attack a person's intention, then you can ward off any physical confrontation.
I see your son sitting to your right, but before we get to him, I want you to tell me your opinion of how his training, how it can have a positive effect on the youth.
Positive effect on the youth. I guess I would have to co-sign everything that was mentioned, especially as it relates to discipline. 2 things, I guess, rest heavy with me. And the first one is once again, consciousness. A lot of our youth are walking around in a state of unconsciousness. They're not conscious, they're either working on their subconscious or they're unconscious altogether. And being in this world in an unconscious state is a terrible way to be. They are consumed with, the social media, the TikTok, the Twitter, the Instagram. It's just overstimulation of the senses. And what it does is it dumbs the youth down and puts them in this unconscious state. Right? Being in the dojo environment, we talk about watch your back, it raises your level of awareness, right? Your situational awareness, your proprioception, where you are in time and space. Once the youth begin to realize that they do have this conscious mind, and they have to be aware of their conscious mind, and they have to focus on their environment, starting with this up, right? This will change their condition. And I think it was one Navy admiral who talked about success starts with making your bed in the morning. Well, in the dojo, it starts with folding your gi, right? And this is one of the things that I've driven home even with my own children. Like, hey, you wear the proper uniform in the proper place, but you treat it properly when you're finished with it, right? Folding the gi. Once they raise their level of consciousness of just folding the gi and tying the belt, it just opens up this entire new world to them that they had no idea about. So that's one aspect, which is consciousness. Making them more conscious, making them more aware of their environment. Making them more focused. The other aspect that would, I guess, benefit the youth is, once again, as everybody said, is discipline. There's a breakdown in the hierarchy of discipline. We have no respect for elders. The children, there was a time when, going back when, even if a person did engage in illicit behavior, smoking, drinking, or whatever, they would respect the church. They wouldn't curse in front of elders. There was an idea of, okay, this person holds a higher status than I do. And inside of the dojo with that training, understanding that these people have preceded me in training, or these people precede me in age, these people precede me in rank, then you also give them that level of respect. Give them that level of respect. And who was it that spoke about, I believe it was Ali King, talking about not being able to rear up against the parent. You know, this is not, when we talk about ability, right? This is an inability, right? Because it's not in you to rise up against your teacher, or rise up against your father, or rise up against someone who has any level of praiseworthy authority over you. Okay, you know, and this is something that the youth are missing. They're missing this level of consciousness, and they're missing that level of discipline as it relates to giving honor to those who honor is due.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. What was that?
A few.
All right. When you introduce yourself, tell us how old you are.
My name is Ibrahim Savage. I'm a supervisor at UPS. I'm 17 years old.
17 years old. So how did you meet the professor?
Through my father. I said we would train martial arts, and we went to, it was at his house. We trained in it was a big yard at the back of his house. I remember we were like rolling up and down the hill, a bunch of stuff, yeah. I was like 7 or 8, can't remember.
So overall, how's your experience been learning martial arts from the professor?
Pretty enlightening. It's taught me, you know, how to protect myself and stuff like that. And mainly, like, if you're in a confrontation with someone, you should try to talk them down. You don't actually have to be physical with them. So I've actually never really gotten into a physical fight like that. I've always been able to, like, talk the situation down and just avoid situations where something like that would happen anyway. So, yeah.
Have you ever fought against a professor in training or used in a demonstration?
Well, there was one time in Maryland at a demonstration, he called me up and I was his ookie. And I remember, I think I put a choke on him or something like that. And I was remembering like not to have my tongue between my teeth. So then he punched me real hard in the sternum and I was like, whoa. And then he came up and then hit me right in the chin and my tongue was between my teeth. And then boom, I was like, whoa. Like I saw red and my tongue was like jacked up for the next few days. It was hard to eat. It was pretty bad. Yeah.
Professor. Other than that, have you ever witnessed a professor in a real life situation or street fight tournament?
Oh, no, I have not. I've seen him in tapes, but never really in person now.
Okay, how do you like him as a person?
As a person, he's a good person. And like at the dojo, a lot of dojos, it's like commercial, so it's like all about the money, but at his dojo, it's about like the person, and like even if you can't make the payment, he still wants you to come in, and you know, maybe pay him back later. It's like personal. He cares, and yeah.
What kind of impact did the training have on your life?
It taught me discipline. That's probably the main thing. It taught me a lot of discipline and kind of how to be a man in some ways. Yeah.
You and your brothers practicing on each other, you know, bullying your sisters, anything like that?
I don't bully my sister, but yeah, we would practice. We didn't practice as much as we should, but we did practice together a lot. Yeah, it was a good way to bond.
So, being that you're 17, what do you think that this practice of martial arts can have on your peers?
Well, like everyone said, it would give them discipline. You know, how we would fold our gi, how we would come in, say the salam, salutate, do 200 jumping jacks. That stuff would translate into your life outside of the dojo. And then a lot of people outside, they think that having a gun makes them tough or something like that. They think it's all about a mindset, and a lot of people lack that. And at the dojo, they could be taught that. And a lot of people don't have fathers, so coming to the dojo, you could possibly be a father figure to them and change them from boys to men.
Boys to men, all right. Last but not least, before we get, okay, all right.
I want to give this person an introduction. Next person. Last but not least. I have to say that I got to thank him because he, he's not really a student who I, brought up from scratch. He's already had other instructors. That's how I met him, as a matter of fact. And I told him, he impressed me when I first met him. And I'm really, his instructor called me. Well, actually, I have a student, Sharif Kent, who told me that he had a system that he put together. And I said, oh, okay. I said, so you have your own style? He said, yes. Write me down in school, I'll watch out, look at it. Okay. I said, well, a person has their own style, then, they become a silky letter, a found a system by either two ways. Either other silkies say that you're a silky, or you inherit it. So I'm not a silky, so you can't inherit it from me, so I gotta find other silkies to go help you do what you want to do. My students want to reach out. One thing, like, I have some students, they go out and they go to other, friends, other schools, stuff like that. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that because they should be able to expound, and develop themselves. Dr. Musa Powell used to also tell us a lot. He said, you can't be like me. Don't stop trying. Everybody, you look at the snookers instructors, they see that, but they got their own flavor. Now, my students, I look at them the same thing with them, develop themselves. Be who you are. So, I called some silkies that I know. I said, I have a student. He said, I hadn't been training with me for a while, but he's a student. He's been with me since he was 15 years old. And I went to a school, got some students, and got him putting the system together. I said, would you talk to him, meet with him, and then you decide whether he qualified to be a silky or not. I can't do that. So, I said, yeah, so what I did, I contacted 3 silkies. And one of the silkies was this gentleman's teacher. And that teacher told me, after I told him that, he talked to the other 2 silkies. He got back to me, he said, look, bring them down to my school, and we'll go ahead and we'll take care of this. So definitely, I said, I made the arrangements to go to student with him. And when I got to the school, that's when I saw this young man, and I was amazed, because of his size. And there was another student there with him that was much smaller than him. And what his instructor was putting him through, I was amazed that he was still standing, that he was still going through the paces. So, I never said nothing personally or out to him. Matter of fact, I didn't even think I'd even see him again after that night. And then I got some of the news that the instructor had passed away. And then, sometime after that, he himself contacted me. He said, do you remember me? Yeah, I can't forget you. And he said, I want to come up to your school. I said, okay, come on. They come up and said, I think, I said, my teacher's passed. I know all about that, He said, I want to learn something from you. So he came into class and joined the class, did what he can do, because our class was very rough, you have sometimes work your way up to it. So after the class, we were walking, we have the rec center, and then right now, the rec center, there's a skate ring, and then there's a parking lot skate ring. So, he reminded me of another student named Hamza. He gets in the skating ring, he goes in the back of his vehicle, his van. He said, what if and then he just took the mic and just came in. So I did what I had to do. I just armed him. I said, hey, you gotta watch that. He said, wow, you blocked that. Yeah. I said, but you should be, because we have, when somebody attacked you in our dojo, either in my shoulder comp dojo or in my fitness dojo. We got a saying in there. Right? If they challenge you, we call suit. Right? I learned that from Senator Abdul Salam. Anybody call from your dojo, call it suit. That's short for suicide. Other thing we have, we call freebies. And freebies is if you get up, two students get up, and one student don't give salutation to the other one, he attacks them, that means that you have the right to knock that student out. You do whatever you do, what you do on the street, you do to that person. So, I've been touching him a little bit, So he said, well, I said, that was nice. Well, I come at you with this weapon. He gets another weapon. I said, okay, here we go. There's going to be one little nice, right in the parking lot. I don't mind. And I ain't going to get hurt. I'm glad to get hurt. So, that was our introduction. That's how, so I'm going to let Jason, he's been there. One thing I want to say about him, some of my students, I want to thank all of y'all because through my medical situation, it's been, it's all been helpful. And even when I was in the hospital, that was a good experience. But you see me after you left. I had, I think, about 3 events, 2 or 3 events. Jason, he's the most, all the he's the most hardest. He's going to get on me about eating the pizza after he leaves. He won't say nothing. Right? Because of my diet, I have a very special diet I have to maintain. And he stays on me. But not only that, I believe it's just really, when you mentioned it, he said, I want to, Grandmaster, you have to raise some money for me. I said, I tried it. I did, I don't see it, and him and Walker JC, I gotta thank him too. None of the instructors I'll go back a great time with. They put together, a fundraiser for me. And it was really, really, really nice. Raise money. And he wanted to do it every month. I said, no, I just can't see people come every month. I said, no. So he said, well, let's do it every 2 months. I said, you go work that out. If we do that, we do it. So finally, we came up with an idea, and this was on his own this time. And he called some people, and then, we did another one at the Lonnie Young Recreation Center. And people dropped what they were doing. Some people showed up that day. I didn't think they had something else to do. They had something else to do. They wouldn't make it. But I look at them come to the door. They come to the door. I said, what? Oh, look, I had to come to support you. So those 2 fundraisers, helped me and my family out very, very much. Thank you for that.
Hi, my name is Jason James Smith. So I had the distinct honor of training under Grandmaster. Underneath him, I don't have any rank. But the reason why I wanted to train with Grandmaster, he is what I consider a true martial artist. What I mean by that is it's a way of life for him. So I've had the pleasure of taking him to the store, and when he's even going out of the store, he's being aware of his surroundings. I've seen him even when he get out of the car, just the way that even he looks in the rearview mirror, he's checking his surroundings before he gets out. When we go to the car, he's being, when he gets in the car, and it's a way of life. So I have a lot of respect for him for that. Also, being that even though that he's trained all the years that he has rank in multiple different arts and systems and obtained a great wealth of knowledge, he himself still goes to events and has gone to seminars and still continuing this, on his journey to be even a greater martial artist than he already is. So for me, I was looking for that, and a lot of places I've been to where the instructor or the Sheehan, it's not a way of life for them anymore. One instructor I had trained in Wing Chun in Philadelphia, and after signing up, found out the teacher had retired. So to me, a lot of dojos, or, you know, depending on the system, it's more about a way, they're just there to collect that check. They're not really invested in the student. And they'll have hidden fees, or they'll change uniforms every so many months, and they'll have a student test when the student's not really ready, and the instructor will know that that student's not ready, and they'll fail, and then they gotta pay for the test again. So a lot of dojos, I felt, were like belt factories. So when I was coming up, I was getting bullied. So I kept bouncing around from instructor to instructor to instructor. And the main instructor I had trained under before I had met Grandmaster told me that whoever you train under, their instructor should be on the floor training with the senior instructor. So, and I wasn't finding that. So that was the reason why I had kept jumping around. And everyone that knows of me knows that I've been to, you know, many different dojos. But Grandmaster was one of the very few that I've seen where his actual instructors were on the floor with students really trying to train, and the hunger to still to try to want to learn. So that's what I was after, and then that's what I was not finding. So, and it's just that, you know, and if you're not doing a technique, if I didn't do a technique right, he would have me do it again until, you know, he was satisfied with it. So, and he didn't, some people, a lot of instructors or Sheehans and Sokes, they try to teach everybody the same. And I mean, like, you know, some people might have a problem with the arm or leg, and you know, sometimes people have limitations, and not everybody's able to move the same. So I found with Grandmaster, he was able to, you know, modify things for me, or, you know, be able to make it work for me. A lot of instructors try to, you know, teach everyone to, they try to teach everyone the same. Also, I found that what he was teaching was very practical, because he went over on how to deal with someone that's a good kicker. He went over how to deal with someone that's a boxer. And a lot of dojos weren't doing that. So a lot of dojos, they just train with people, or they'll just teach you how to, you know, spar and deal with someone on that style. Grandmaster was one of the few people that actually went in depth of, you know, explaining how to deal with, you know, someone that's really good at kicking, or someone that's really good at punching, and how to deal with someone that's trying to, you know, a grappler, and he would, you know, cover all ranges. Some instructors I've had will only discuss one range of combat, and where he would discuss all of them. So for me, I had not found that, and just the knowledge, I mean, the way he's hunger to just want to always get better and learn, and it just, I've always been amazed at that. So, and I've also seen him when we were at an event, when he came out, and he was tired, and I mean, because it was for the fundraiser, and there was actually a kid, some kids beating up on another kid, and he actually went over and stopped it, and you know, and put a stop to it. So I had gained a lot of respect for him, because he could have just let him, you know, continue to get beat up. There's also another time we were in training, and there was a young girl in the class, and she was real scared. And, you know, he took her and said that, you know, you're going to be in a situation, you could be in a situation out in the street. I don't remember his exact words or quote him, but basically, he stood there until, you know, she was crying and crying until she got herself under control and stopped the crying, and, you know, was able to pull herself together. He stayed there with her until she was able to do that. So I gained a lot of respect for him. I mean, even more from him than that, just by doing that. The patience that he was able to have with a student, you know, that was crying and carrying on and trying to get away from him. And no, he stood there and took the time out of class to, you know, to talk to her and to try to explain, you know, this situation might happen in the street. So, but I think that his knowledge, and he's always with the younger students speaking about how to respect your parents and, you know, and your elders. And I've seen a lot of students get disciplined, the young, especially young generation, that come up when I was training with them, that they actually started to respect their elders more, and they became more disciplined through his teaching. So as far as to the youth, I have no doubt that if someone trains underneath the Grandmaster, you know, that they would definitely most likely excel in school and later on in life. And he's also given me the confidence when I've, through his training, when I've almost gotten in situations and I've had such confidence that I was able to project, you know, when I almost got in confrontations like, you know, you really don't want to go that route, and with such a confidence that it didn't wind up getting to that, you know, it didn't get physical. So it actually also, with his teaching, also taught me more self-control. That, you know, you don't always have to, you know, it doesn't always have to get physical. So you have to have control. You got to be able to, you know when you have to, you know, engage an opponent or the enemy. You know, you don't always just go off and just react, you know. So having the confidence and just be able to walk the street and through his teaching gave me a lot of confidence in life.
Yeah. So other than the situation he told us about, have you ever witnessed them in a street fight or, you know, tournament?
I've never witnessed him in a street fight, but I was in the where this Grandmaster had talked about. He actually came to the dojo where I was training at, and it was Shodai Soki's one of his students had I think it was a trainer in his hand, and I remember the Grandmaster had a shoe, and he took a shoe and threw it at the person's face, and he had to move, and then that was enough time for him to get on the person and disarm him. So I mean, a lot of instructors that I've trained under, some of them were big, and they take the smallest person in the class, and you know, I've seen him do in a demonstration where he'll pick someone random out of the crowd and he'll do the technique, where he doesn't rehearse the technique in advance. I've also seen him where when they're younger, like white belts, when he'll say, you know, do a jab, or they'll wind up doing a cross. And I've seen instructors throughout training in my life, they'll actually wind up getting hit. And when it happened to him, he just dealt with it. So what he teaches, actually, I know works. You know, and as far as fighting or anything like that, the closest thing I ever encountered was he told me to spar him one day, and it was just me and him, and we both had trainers, and I came at him, and I didn't come at him. He said I was making it too easy, and he knew I was holding back. His respect I have for him, I didn't want to, you know, come at with him, even though it's a trainer. And he's like, no, I want you to come at me. And of course, you know, within a few seconds, I was down on the ground, but, you know, but yeah, so, and then I got up and we did it again, and then, so, but basically I never had a problem losing, because my main instructor told me, you only learn by losing. Or you want to figure out, if you're sparring, if I sparred one of my classmates, if they got the better of me or if it took too long, you have to figure out, okay, well, where did I go wrong? Because you should always think of, how could I have done that faster, quicker, more efficient, and then especially dealing with multiple attackers. So strategies on, on how you're going to deal with someone, the situation might happen in the street. And so he's went over scenarios and how to deal with a karate person, how to deal with a boxer. So a well-rounded experience, and I can't thank him enough for, what he shared with me on my journey.
Can you touch a little bit more about the impact that training with him has had on your life?
So, I have a depression problem. If I don't train, I get real depressed. So, through his training, it actually, I was able to go home and practice, and I would actually, my fiance was very glad when I met Professor, because I told her I finally found someone that's teaching me, what's going to save me to be able to do out in the street. Also, he showed me moves for security, which would be able to help me and out in life. So, and furthermore, I've been in there when class hasn't started, and some of my classmates will come and they'll be practicing a technique, or they'll practice techniques, or they'll practice the kata, and they'll go out on the floor and he'll correct them or explain to them, you're not doing this right, or your foot move, your foot placement has to be here, or you're not doing this right. And most instructors will actually make that, they won't do that. It either has to be a private, or even if it's just a minute or two, they could, correct what they're doing. They don't, even if you're 1 minute over, I've had instructors be like, well, you got to book another private. They're only interested in the dollar. So with Grandmaster, it's very important that his students and me and everyone else that's trained underneath him, that you really learn the material, that you go home and practice, and you bring a notebook and you write down, and you really try to, and that way next week, he doesn't have to keep going over the same thing. And I've asked Grandmaster, because on my journey, I've trained in many different styles, and I've always asked him, well, would you deal with someone that, is coming at you, with this type of mindset, and vice versa, how to deal with someone this type of range, and he was always had an answer for me. So, and he was always able to break down or tell me something, or how to improve upon what I was already doing. So, to me, he's the definition of what a true martial artist should be, always trying to get better and never be satisfied, and that's what I was looking for.
What I want to do, in case anybody will wrap it up, have anything that you might have left out, any last thing you want to say, go around, speak brief about, and just say what you want to say. Now, there's one thing I want to address myself, because I want situation here. Linda Sensei brought up knife, and I want to say, I don't want to think, think publicly anything that he's a bad person, because he's not the only one. My first wife, I was married to, she pulled the bottle. People get angry. Anger becomes very detrimental to your health. And in that kind of situation, normally we have a rule in the dojo where I can. The person comes at you with their fist, knock them out. Come at you with a stick, break their arm. Come at you with a knife or a gun, kill them. That's the dojo in New York that I keep that. So if the question comes to mind, why did she pull a knife on her? She's still alive. Yes. No. Why? So when my first wife did die, this was you're talking about the 70s. They tell you how I was in the 70s. So, but I was like that in the dojo at home. you have to rationalize with your family. You got some family members, they're just your enemy. I don't care what the situation is. So what you have to do as a martial artist, you have to look at what's sick. My sister pulled the knife, and I did. I had to. The intent behind what she had, and we were young. We were teenagers, and I was even worse then. I had to disable her. Right? I had to disable her. I had to disable her. Right? Because she was serious. She seriously, her mind was to do some that. Me at that time when I'm training, I said, well, this is another test. This is to see if I can really do what I can do. So, I didn't hurt her too bad. I let her know that you don't want to never do that again. Right? When it comes to my family, I had to recognize that now, this is my first wife. She pulled the ball, she's sitting on the edge of the bed, she had the ball up in her hand like this. I'm standing, I'm looking. But when I'm looking and I'm not thinking about how angry she is, I think right now, she's out of her mind. She don't know, number one, she don't forgot who I am. That's what I'm thinking, right? I said, I know what I can do. I said, but what I'm going to do, while she's running up her mouth, I said, I'm timing my kick. And I want to see, the best thing I want to do is I'm going to make that ball disappear without hurting her. So she's still getting the ball, and she's blah, 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 blah. Next thing I throw her on my watch, she get around, boom! And she looked up, the ball was gone. She looked. There's different ways to teach people a lesson. So when she said this, she was angry, and she pulled the knife. I guess it's called temporary insanity. You forget, who you're dealing with, because you're dealing with that person. And my thing was to, just as gentle as possible to make that situation go away, to make sure that the knife winds up in my hand, nobody gets cut, nobody gets hurt. But in the street situation, it's a little different. My mindset is different. I can't tell you that I'm going to be. I'll tell you this much. One of my students attacked me in the dojo. This is in 70s. I taught a class, and some people, I commend my students because I don't know how they laughed with me without attacking me, without getting upset. Right? But this one young man, when in the dojo I had back then, had weapons, all kinds of weapons. After class, I tell all students to get a weapon and come on at me. Let's go for it. This one student, he didn't like something I said, something he just went off. I turned my back to go to the front of the class again. I picked him off or something. Next thing I hear, ah! I turned around and said, what in the world? When I turned around, he grabbed the sickles off the wall. These are tools they call commas. It's a weapon that has a hook and a blade, and he grabbed it, and he came at me for real. And I knocked him out. And our dojo, I tell the students, we don't let that kind of stuff interrupt with our class. Knock him out, they pick him up, throw him outside the dojo, and we continue on with class.
How old was he?
They would have to figure out flower for me. He was 10 years old.
Oh, man.
Listen, hold up. No, it's not child abuse. Somebody was coming at me while I was taught in my dojo. My sensei said, even a baby, he said, can teach you something. He said, Sensei Gate, he said, his son name was Gamal. He said, I had Gamal, and I'm playing coochie with the Gamal. He said, then all of a sudden, boom, Gamal poked me in my eye. He said, all that karate and everything went out the window. I didn't know. I did all the, the block. He said, my own son, my baby, poked me in my eye. He said, I want to take the bomb, poke him out the window. So when he taught me, I mean, that's what we come to. We don't differentiate in age. Even Stevens. It's equality, right? Well, I got to give one, I give the other. Hey, you got one word for one, got to work for everybody. So when he took this. Look, I didn't do myself. He would have. I would have 2 sickles by me, and I'm laying on the floor. And they said, wow, a little 10-year-old guy took the teacher out. Wow, that would have been the talk of the town, right? I can't be the talk of the town that way, So I'd rather be known, that I knocked a young boy out, to save my life, than to be known that a young boy took me out, just because I was wrecked. I took some mercy. No, this is the real deal. And as a matter of fact, some of the youth of today need to be knocked out. They need to be known that there's somebody who's not going to tolerate their nonsense. It's just that's the reality of what we live in. We're too passive with them, and leave them alone. They are right. No. They need to go. They need the man to step to them and know what it is to deal with a real man. That's the way that comes out of my dojos. That's what I teach my students.
So you stepped out for a minute. Did you want to comment on the knife incident?
No.
Okay, all right.
So, when I was training with the professor, he had a self-defense class he was doing, so. And then he had turned the lights out. And I've only had experienced that a couple times. And so that's what I was going back to what he teaches is applicable to be able to use for the street. So also I was at a couple events with Grandmaster, and people came up with conversation and asked me, why do you train with him? So, and I would respond to Grandmaster, and I would give them my salutation, and I said, they wanted to know why. And then they want to know, I explained to them, they want to see why why I like to train with you. And I would come at him with, whether it be a jab, cross, kick, and he's always dealt with me. And it wasn't scripted. So that was one of the reasons why. And it's been coming out of when I used to teach at the rec center, I've had people ask me that, and I used a different technique every time. And of course, either my arm was in the back of me, or I was on the ground, or he had me in some type of hold, but it was different every time. And no matter what I tried, and I've had multiple people ask me the same question, and every time I tried something different, and you know what I mean? And I figured, well, I'm going to try this technique this time, or that technique this time, and so that's what I mean. That the way he teaches it, and the way he instills you to have the techniques he taught you, it just becomes a part of you. It becomes in muscle memory. So you just walk out the street, someone comes at you, you're going to know what to do. You're not going to always have time to know when a situation is going to happen. You might just have somebody coming at you. So one of my main instructors told me, ask if you're going to train with somebody, ask them, well, how would they deal with somebody coming from the side? Or how would they deal with somebody coming like this? So I asked the Grandmaster, I gave my salutations, and I said, well, can you show me how you deal with this? And very few people were able to, answer the question how you deal with someone on this angle. Because a lot of instructors, or a lot of sokeis, and a lot of different systems, they might know a lot, but they weren't taught how to deal with someone coming like this. They weren't taught how to deal with someone coming behind. So no matter if it was behind, or it's straight in the back, or on this angle, he always had an answer for me. So I've always felt that was, his teaching was very practical. Because a lot of teachers, they only teach you with the student, or you know, your training partner coming at you straight on, where he had shown me techniques how to deal with someone coming from all angles. So I'm very grateful for that.
Oh, I was going to mention something. I opened up a dojo in East Oak, Maine, and before 2007. But anyway, I opened the dojo. I was a brown belt at the time, and so Grandmaster had asked me. He was Sheehan then asked me to do it. We had to kind of find a space, and I just happened to have a building and some space became available. So I said, well, we open the dojo right here. So we opened the dojo, and our dojo was authentic. Everybody who came there knew they weren't at a regular commercial dojo. They came in. Now that doesn't do good for me trying to be a businessman and make money. I even said, Sheehan, I'm trying to make some money. Can we go easier on the people coming in for the first time? The white belts, give them a chance to adjust to our style of training. And so, long story short, it was a fire in the dojo and the closing. But before then, we had some interesting experiences there. One time, I think I was testing for brown belt. I was already a brown belt. I was testing for NICU. And we had to fight 5 people. At NICU, you had to fight 5 people surrounding you. 4 of them would have weapons, 1 would not. At black belt, you had to fight 10, and half of them would have weapons, half of them would not. So I'm trying to just resonate in my mind how this is going to work out. You know, so we got a bow staff, we got 2 people with knives, we got 1 person with a knife, somebody with joe sticks, and 1 empty-handed, something like that. But anyway, I'm fighting the 5 people. I would always attack the guy with the knife first. Get the knife and try to spin him around and use his body against him and all that. And we would talk. Then the guy with the bow staff bust me in the head. I got a big hickey on my head. So he said, try it again. Get in the circle. He said, fight. And I'll fight again. I go up to the guy with the knife. The guy with the bow staff bust me on the other side of my head. Got another hickey on my head. And then he said, okay, you want to know what you did wrong, doing wrong? I was thinking to myself, I would have liked to have known that like 2 knocks ago, you know. So he said, you're going after the guy with the most deadly weapon, but you should go after the guy with the bow staff because you have more extension. Then I could work and get the knife and get all the other weapons and all that. So I tried this, so he pulled me over and told me that. So he said, try it again. So I'm thinking, I don't want no 3rd knock. So I got a little, so they said, fight. First night I went for the bow staff, just spin them around. We were doing what we thought was Aki. So we thought was Aki at the time, but it worked. And there was more jiu-jitsu, but spin around, took the bow staff and used that person, and used that to get the other weapons, and then I passed that part. But one time, actually the same day. Then the power in the whole neighborhood went out. So Yahya was tested for 2nd-degree black belt. And so we said, wow, we got to stop now because Yahya, you're supposed to stand like from here to that wall. Yahya, you're supposed to stand there, somebody was holding the wooden board. Yahya's weapon was a blow dart. So now it's dark in there. So Sensei Bill, he wasn't Sensei then, but Sensei Bill, he had to hold the board, and I had to hold the flashlight on the board. So Yahya waiting on him blowing these darts. Right? So Bill said, I don't know about this, man. He said, he can't even see. I said, well, I'll try to shine a light right on it. But I'm looking too, because Yahya did that much off. I'm stuck, so I wouldn't look at Yahya. I would just look to the side, so if he stuck me, it would stick in my jaw and not in my eye. So we heard that he blowing these darts. One of them went right between Bill's fingers. Bill looked at me, I'm standing right beside him, we could hardly see each other. And then we finally got through that, but that's the kind of thing he would make you do, the realistic stuff.
Oh, the fighting the dark.
And the training, fighting the dark, and also going outside training in the snow, barefooted, and all that kind of thing. But we did realistic training. One last thing, we had a self-defense course for law enforcement officers, police and whoever. And then my sister was a cop, and she came, she was there too. So she was sitting in the seat, she's supposed to go protect me. And like Linda said, you know, it ain't slacking on no women, right? So my sister sitting there, and he tells my student, Mr. So-and-so, get on the floor. Punch him. And when he said punch, we were bringing it, right? It wasn't playing. He said, punch him. Punched her in the head, she flew out the chair. I went to help her. She looked at me, she said, he hit me. I said, sis, you got a proper move. He said, try it again. She looked at me like that. She sat in the chair, she got back up in the chair, and she got all the policeman training. She was pretty sharp too, but she got in the chair, he called another student up, punch her. Student, student punch, she was sweet. She swept the punch with her foot, and wiped it, and swept him and laid him out, right? He said, that's what I'm talking about. And she looked at me, I said, that's what you gotta do here. But, you know, and last thing, my wife, I sent my wife to self-defense class with him. I got home, I wasn't available that day to train, so I got home. Next day, I know a real short story. She kicks me in the groin and pokes me in the eyes, and I said, that's the last time I'm training with Sayfullaah. So, but anyway, that's just some of the things, because he was realistic and he brought it from a realistic perspective. We want all the students not to be playing around. That's why we didn't train with plastic knives. Because he said that split second that you take to think, ooh, they got a real knife, could be a life. So that's why we didn't train with any plastic knife and everything. So that worked out pretty well. You know, one more. He has me fighting Alfonso. Alfonso stabs me in the head. I'm bleeding profusely. And he gives the knife to somebody else and tell Alfonso to sit down and tell me I have to fight the other guy with the knife. And I'm still bleeding. So I thought he would give me a break. And everybody looked and said, oh, he must have not known who was bleeding. So I had to continue to fight while I was bleeding. I was telling him I still have that gi with the blood in it. It didn't walk, the stain never came out. But
good reminder. That's
how we trained, and I appreciate it. I wouldn't want to train with no real knives right about now. I'm 72 years old. And then, you know, he's the only person who's like 7 years younger than me who I look at as a father figure. You know, so that, in the martial arts, he is a father figure. So, you know, I appreciate my time training with him. And that's why I came out of retirement, to help him put the dojo together and train younger students and start to build the dojo up to help the community and what have you. So that's why I'm back in training again.
All right. John, you.
Well, I don't have too much. I could, but it's getting late and you get me to gabble and I'll talk forever. So I just want to say that I trained at 45th Street, JKA, ISKF. I trained with Sensei Sayfullaah and I trained with Kiyoshi. And all these people I look on at with all due respect, and their martial arts skills were pristine. But out of all of them, the one that I really learned how to fight, where I'm an older man, and now you see that I walk right before you see I kind of wild because one of my knees bother me. But when I get out my car, I park my car, I live in North Philadelphia, in the drug dealer capitals. And so when I get out my car, I have two things I do. I have on my little key ring, I have a little flower that's really not a flower. So my thing is, I don't know if you've ever seen a kung fu movie samurai movie where the guy says, I want to see the red mist. So my idea is when I get out the car, I open up my little flower, and I walk down the street with confidence. And if you approach me, and I learned this from him also, he does it here, and you think it's a joke, but it's not a joke. you walk past him or walk close to him and you don't acknowledge you moving close to him, and he'll be in the middle of a conversation like, and they say, but turn to me and go. I said, I walk down the street with that look on my face. So if you approach me because of him, if you approach me, I'm going to open up the red mist and incapacitate you. I'll tell young guys, if you think about doing it, I think you should think twice because out of the situation, one of us is going to go to the hospital, and the other one going to the police station. So, and because of him, that's my confidence. I don't care who you are, how big you are, how strong you think you are. If you attack me, one of us going to the hospital, and one of us going to the police station.
Go home or go to jail.
That's it.
All right. I just want to say, throughout my years of training with Kiyoshi, it taught me a lot. Pay attention to my surroundings and be wary of foolishness. I'm glad I'm back in training, and I also started doing Saluka's Rule under him. And every time I went to class, I said, I'm too old for this. I don't got time to be rolling on the floor, but I do it anyway. You know, we talk about him training us. You have to see his demonstrations. He gives one of the best dynamic demonstrations. We used to demonstrate, win trophies, and nobody couldn't compare to our demonstrations. And that's what I miss, you know, when I come to class. Tournaments, we went to tournaments to practice our techniques on other people. And I'm going off of Sensei Dre, because he threw me back when I was a brown belt. And everybody talk about Sensei McCleary, how we go up there and train, and he had one Caucasian student. I'm a brown belt, she's a black belt. We're all respected and known. And I'm in the competition knocking off my purple and brown belts. Due to my age range, I had to fight her. And I'm like, Professor, I'm not fighting her. And he was like, why not? I'm like, she's the black belt. You know, she got more respect. I can't fight her. He said, well, I guess we ain't going home. Like, are you serious? He's talking about, you either go in the ring and fight her, or we gonna sit here. I was like, well, the place got to close, we got to leave. He was like, well, you take your choice, what you want to do. So, you know, I was like, sitting there, then the little bird hit me in the head when he said in class. No matter who you stand in front of, if you up against them, take their head off. So I had to get out there and do what I had to do so I could get home. But to his look on the tournament that I won, but they gave it to her because she was well known. But he said our fight was like Muhammad Ali and who?
Joe Frazier? Yeah. Thriller Manila?
He said that's how our fight looked. I never seen the tape, so. But when you train under him, you're going to leave with something. You're definitely going to leave with something that you're going to carry with you for the rest of your life. You don't have to train every day. You know, you can stay away a year or two and come back on the floor. You'll still look the same. You won't lose anything because of the way that he trains you.
Real fast, I'm sorry I didn't interrupt you. Something I left out. With Kiyoshi, how Sheehan Howard, Sensei Bill, Kiyoshi Buford, Sheehan Buford, we are red.
Y'all know what red is? You see that movie on television?
You gotta explain to the public what red is.
Retired and extremely dangerous.
All right.
We're the red patrol now.
Story.
She's in it too.
I'm sorry.
I was asked earlier if I had ever seen Professor fight, and I told you the story about in the corner with Sheehan. The story I didn't tell you, and I don't think I've talked to anyone about it, is the time that I fought. And I unknowingly did what's called suit. I actually came after him. And I just didn't know any better at the time. So it was my first time, second time, coming down to Spring Garden Street. And we went through a whole bunch of things. And he said, okay, well, you have to fight me, or something to that effect. So I'm like, okay, well, you know, fight everybody else where I go places, gotta fight you. So we break down in front of one of the fight stands. So I'm not moving, but I'm thinking, okay, how am I gonna get this guy? I'm gonna get him. How am I gonna get him? So I said, you know what? I'm just gonna blast straight in. I think I'm a little bit quicker than he is, and I'm gonna tag him right in his chest. So I say, go. So I start the motion. When I get halfway, I feel this excruciating pain in my eyeballs, and I just could do this. Ah! What happened was that he sidestepped me and threw a back fist, and it was so perfect. I just couldn't believe it after the fact because he just put his knuckles literally on my eyeball. None of my bone, cheek, eyeball, none of this stuff got lit off. He just hit me on my eyeball. My eyeball actually went back inside my skull, popped back forward. So that's the one fight that I had with him. And ever since then, every once in a while I'll get close to testing him, but then I think about that incident and I'll just back off a little bit and just, you know, kind of like tone it down. But that's mine.
Suicide, right?
Yeah, yeah. So it was pretty close. He spared me. He spared me. So never again.
Yeah. There's one thing I forgot. Everybody said no, so I'm trying to make this as quick as possible because it's really like three things basically. There was one time, and I never, this is the first time I mentioned this, so Grandmaster don't know it. Well, actually it was two times that I ever got upset with when it came to martial arts. And it was only because it was new to me. I remember first time was we was training at 52nd Street. It was late at night. And I was a yellow belt. Yeah, I was a yellow belt. And somebody threw me. And I don't know what I did wrong or whatever, but I landed and I didn't land right. And I don't know, this pain shot through my whole leg. I don't know what I did. And I know I had tore something. And I couldn't move. I literally could not move. My leg was gone. I literally couldn't move. So I looked up at Grandmaster. He said, get up. I said, I can't get up. So all right, well, roll over. So I rolled over, right? And he turned around and looked at me. He said, no, roll over a little bit more. You went away. And I was like, and I'm talking about it's martial arts and pride that kept me from crying. That's how much pain I was in, right? To the point, whereas when I left the dojo that night, I was living in South Philly. I left the dojo that night. I got stopped by the cops, right? I got stopped by the cops. The reason why I got stopped by the cops was because I went through the stop signs. He was behind me. I went through the stop sign. So he pulled me out. So he looked at me. He said, you know you went through that stop sign? You went through 2 stop signs. I looked at him. I said, officer. I said, yes, I did. I know I did. I said, but look at me. He said, well, I said, do you know anything about martial arts? He said, yeah. I said, well, I trained in jiu-jitsu. I said, you see, I still got my uniform on, right? He said, yeah. I said, I'm in so much pain. I can barely move right now. I'm just trying to get home. I was going to get home and get in my bed. And I said, that's the truth. I said, you want to give me a ticket? Please give it to me real fast. Right? So he looked at me and he said, just be careful. Go ahead home. Like that, right? So that was the first instance. Second time I got upset with him because nobody came. I don't know if you remember this. It was a Sunday and we had a demonstration. Nobody came to class that day. It was 2 of us came to class. We had the demonstration. And he taught us the technique. And I'm going to work this technique. He hotter than July. I mean, he's upset. Oh, he
no, I'm sorry, they came to class, but they came real late. Everybody started coming late, and he was fuming. So he left out his office and walked inside. I said, Professor, he said, what? I said, I know the technique I want to do for the demonstration. He said, he turned around and looked at me. He said, I don't care what you do. He said, if I know one thing, it better be good. Like that. And he turned around and walked away from me. And I was like, did he just do that? I said, I ain't do nothing. I said, I'm on time. I'm just my mind. I'm on time. I couldn't know why he get mad at me. And the last thing is, everybody built the situation up. And I said this, I said when I came to Professor, the difference between his training and the training I had, I was always trained to fight. So I have a problem, I'm not going to fight, right? But he trained me how to survive. So when I was in Camden, it's two things, two different instances. I was in Camden, right? And I was at the master in the situation, had me make a long story short. And this guy was just like going on, and he was getting ready to take the money from the master, something like that, right? So I looked at the man, because I'm just visiting, I looked at the man, and I said, so he said, how did you know that? I said, you want me? He said, yeah. I said, okay, fine, because I ain't want to impede on the else's situation. So I walked over to the guy and I said, let me talk to you. I said, let me talk to you. So I said, he said, going on, man, how funny this is, yada, yada, that, no. So I said, okay, fine. So I'm waiting here. I'm alone to a false sense of security. So when I did that, man, I locked him up. So he looked at me and he dropped down to the floor. So when he dropped down to the floor, I went down to the floor with him. I sat there. I said, let me explain something to you. I said, only two things are going to happen. I said, I'm getting ready to get up. I'm going to walk out the door and take you with me. I said, now two things are going to happen. I said, one, when I get up, I'm going to feel some pain. I said, when you feel the pain, go with the pain. And come on with me. I said, if you don't, I'm going to snap your wrist. So he just looked at me. He's like, oh, yeah, you want to do nothing. So come on. I said, okay, do nothing. I said, one, two, and I started to get up. He said, ah! So we jumped up, and I walked him off the master. Anyway, make a long story short, he came back. When he came back, I dropped him. I dropped him with a significant punch. I dropped him. Then I locked him up till the police came. So the police came, it was two male officers, female officers. They said, okay, buddy, we got it. So I gave him to the cops. He took the cops down. He took the cops outside. I had to get him back again and lock him up again so the cops could handcuff him. After that, I called Grandmaster Sayfullaah. I said, let me tell you something. I said, before the day, if I had any doubts that the system worked, I don't have no doubt after the day. So that was that situation. Then one more time, and that's it, done. And this is what I'm talking about when you was talking about walking people down. I had got hurt, and I was in an accident, and I was walking with a cane. So one of my coworkers at the job, you know, I trained in martial arts, and he said, all that martial arts stuff, he said, I can get you now, right? So I told him, I said, listen, no one bothered me now. I said, why not? You heard, you got the cane. I said, that's why you don't bother me. I don't understand. I said, if I was my regular self, I had some mercy on me. I said, but now that I know I'm hurt, I said, I'm gonna have to take you out. I'm gonna take you out back. He said, you serious? I said, yes, I'm serious. I said, because I'm gonna tell you like this, I've been hurt before. Have you? I said, I've been tired before. Have you? I said, I've been bleeding before. I've had a lot of pain before. You ain't never been that route, but he said, I said, have a nice day.
I guess to kind of piggyback off of what he has said, we have a whole lot of Monday morning quarterbacks and internet warriors who like to discredit Seleucus, say it doesn't work. And from one of the experiences that I've had Grandmaster is representing Sanukis, especially on a stage. You know, there's no margin for error. You know, when we're in the dojo, as physical as it is, or as violent as it may appear to be, you know, there's still mercy and leniency. But when it comes time to represent Sanukis on the grand stage, the effectiveness of his strikes are so devastating that your body has no choice but to respond or act accordingly. And just like, you know, my son mentioned, you know, whether, you know, it be your tongue in the right place, or your body in the right place, or just being ready to go, you know, with the pain. They say we throw ourselves. No, we don't throw ourselves. You know, it's an effort to keep that arm from breaking. If he comes up and you don't respond, you know, properly, your arm is broken. And you have to rest assured that when the Sanukis is on display, you know, especially in a public light, you know, we're not going through drills and skills and training and like that. Like, no, it has to be straight to the point. You know, and that's how it is, you know, those demonstrations, and anybody who is okayed, you know, for Grandmaster, I'm sure they can attest to that. You know, that when we are showing what we know, you know, to the world, you know, you have to bring that energy. You know, it has to be on a different level. You know, it's not time for fake that. You know, and I can respect that. You know, especially about the training in the dojo. You know, it prepares you for that. You know, that we're not pulling punches and stopping halfway at the face. You know, we're actually touching and feeling. You know, and as someone mentioned before, you know, feeling is believing. You know, I believe it was Sensei Andre. You know, feeling is believing. You know, we want to feel it. And growing up, I was a thrill seeker. You know, I kind of lived on the edge. You know, later in my life, and you know, being in a place where you're actually being touched and you can feel the effectiveness of it. You know, because like as Grandmaster's seen, if I'm in a situation, I'm going to push it to the limit. You know, I'm going to push it to the edge. You know, and it's like if he's not responding to it, then you have to break it. You know, if I feel it's going to break, then, you know, I'm tapping out. You know, but that's the way I move. So when Grandmaster, you know, touches us, you know, you believe. You know, if anyone who doubts, you know, come and get blessed. You know, the laying on of hands, you know, it's real.
How are you?
Oh, well, I just want to say is, I appreciate having the skill where if someone, like say, I don't know, your spouse or a friend or something like that, if they come at you, you can kind of handle them without breaking their jaw or something. Like you can put them in a lock and show them that these are problems you don't want. It's good having that skill.
The peacemaker.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that brings me to conclusion here. I want to thank all the students. You know, I heard some stories today that were, some things I didn't realize, other things I remember. But it was good to hear the students speak, not me so much. I just don't fill in, but I'm grateful to have such students from, you know, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, 2000s, and we're still going. That's a testimony for their dedication. You know? And why I'm blessed and fortunate to be where I'm at today because of having such dedicated students. So, you know, I have to, you know, give credit to the Almighty Creator, Almighty God who is one. You know, and as Muslims we say, Allah, subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Most High. All credit, all praise is due to Him, and I thank His blessings that I've been able to have such dedicated students, you know, from all walks of life, and to be able to still be practicing myself. You know, I still consider myself as a student, so I have to. I'm always looking to perfect my art, you know, or arts, you know, to be the best. After surgery, it's been a year now of, and that was hard. I'm not used to having a year of not being able to, you know, move like I normally move, you know. So, Sensei Anji was telling me the other day when we had a class here, and he went to the floor. He says his arm was hurting for a whole couple of days, almost a whole week, arm. And he was trying to figure out what happened, so he saw the film and saw, you know, the technique that I used. And I said, said, oh, really? You know, I told him, I said, well, that was only 45%. I'm only 45%. He said, what? I can't wait to get back to 100%. I got a lot of things I want to still do. But, you know, these students motivate me, you know, to keep going, back to my art, not to be the baddest or even to be the best and stuff, but be the best person that I can be, you know, in the society in which I live, and that I would have the help of the students from their training, that they would project that in themselves and help us to develop other people who want the good things out of it. I mean, when I say good, we don't mean a whole bunch of money and all that kind of stuff. But we mean, you know, basically adding to the positiveness of society. You know, just basically caring about another human being. You know, enhancing the well-being of humanity as a whole. And that's why I'm glad that, you know, Jason was able to come out. You know, I have students, one of my good friends in high school, you know, I was already a black belt, and he, you know, he was from Hong Kong, he was Chinese, Thomas Han, and he became my gung fu instructor, you know, Grandmaster. And every fight that we had, I don't care, even when I'm at Sergeant Hines, the naval base, every fight that I had with him, me and 10 pairs was the second Navy black belt in tanks ago, we knew that at some point in that fight, it was going to end with us being on the ground. It happened every time. But what he taught me was something that a drunk person taught me too, in my house. And that's where, you know, I got that, I want to pass it on to my students. Never give up. There's always a way. You lose 1,000 times, or maybe 1,001, you're gonna get it. So, I leave with these two stories. The Sergeant Hines, he was from Japan. He learned from the JK. And his movement was just, you know, his thing was that he had mastered. Over there, they don't worry about getting a whole lot of technique. They mastered one good technique. He had a good fly getting and a sweep that was out of this world. And he swept me and Tim off. I mean, like we were like rag dolls. So I got tired of getting swept. So the last fight that we had, I committed myself to the sweep. I said, I've been running from the sweep. Let me commit myself to the sweep. Let me let him sweep me. So he swept me, whop, went up in the air. I'm waiting, I know I hit the ground, broke the ball. As soon as the ground broke, I said, whop, ah! Threw a nice hand strike to the temple. He blocked it. He said, oh, now you learned. Very good. So I said, okay. Now, this guy used to come to my house, and he was a drunk. He always say, come on, Karate, man. He can't say karate. He said, come on, Karate, man. You ain't no good. You can't do no Karate. And I used to get frustrated with him because every time I go to hit him, he moved like he knew Tasabaki. He moved out the way. I went, oh, okay. You know? So one day, the last day, I said, I'm gonna get his behind. I went in the air with a flying sidekick. I was knocking his behind out. But I knew that he was, by this time I said, well, either I hit him with this, or he's just going to be so elusive that I'm going to miss him. So I went to his flying sidekick, and in the air, he sidestepped my flying sidekick, and he had a hat on, and I threw a jump, and knocked his hat off his head. He looked, ooh. Because that would have been his neck, right? After that, no more problems with it. So I thank that drunk, because he gave me the courage to know that, look, I'm going to figure out a way. I'm not going to stop to, you know, I get you. I'm going to figure this out, and that's in life. You know, we can't let things get us down. You know, we can't let things get the best of us. You know, we have to sit down, analyze the situation, and find a solution. Same thing for the youth of the day. Sit down, analyze the situation, and find a solution. And in that solution, you may have to find that you have to get rid of a lot of those. Thank you.
So I have a follow-up question for you. All right. Are you preparing anyone to inherit your, not just your practice, but your dojo to continue teaching others after our inevitable journey?
The answer is that, of course, yes. The students who are still around. See, the dojo is actually built by the students. Get your from the coach, Sheehan, when he, when he was practicing at his home, the students figured that they needed more room, so they came, they built, and then they went and built the first Shotokan, which is actually what they was built, like the first dojo. So I tell my students, that's your job, But in the past, I've been chosen to do it. I couldn't wait. We got some things to do. But these students, that's why I call them because I'm getting older. They're getting older. So we gotta inspire a group, and it's to them, the dojo that we have now. Sayfullaah Karate International and the Warrior Within Dojo. That's also one other on the side. That's right. That's SPI. This is the Academy International. Those are established or to be established so that the work can continue. With or without. With or without. I think look over the years. These are just some of the black belts I have. I've put thousands of black belts from the 70s up to 2000. I got Sheehan in Saudi Arabia. I got Sensei Sorakmi, she's in Indonesia. So these are students that I have around the world. Pushing our program in other countries. So yes, this the go around now. I got Sensei Abdul Mateen over there, he got the whole family, he got the whole dojo from you. They just coming up. You see, stopping in Ali King, he's here. So everybody has interest, to keep it going. This one of the ones who inspired me about the youth, really, like you said, Sensei Osman Salam, his combat team that he had, his demonstration team, but he was even like together. Sensei Ernest Pamela had a good program for children, and he invited me to to the camp. Look at the camp, and I taught there, and that inspired me. And I don't know, since Eric, he was a little guy training there. Well, me, I just say him in the group, but he's still here. And when I see there's a cause, the need, and the day, there's definitely need, to try to inspire some of the youth, to be more positive in life. And I call the troops out. We got a job to do. With or without me.
If someone wants to take your classes, how can they get in contact with you?
They can, we're here at 123 East Luzerne. I'm here on Tuesdays at the women's Shotokan class from 6 to 7:30, and then Wednesdays the men's class from 7:30 to 8:30. They can stop by anytime. Saturdays I'm here. The women's class in the morning from 10 to 11:30, and then the men's class from 12 to 1:30. They can stop by and visit us. See me in person.
All right. Thank you for this opportunity again to.
This is the outside. You come, you see the sign. It's world class MMA. Brother Sharif, he's very, very generous to us with the space here, and they got all kinds of programs here. So stop by and see us. Judo, karate, jiu-jitsu, boxing, MMA is here. Very good program. And 123 East Luzerne, and that's right on between Front and Whitaker on Luzerne.
Is there a phone number?
Yes, I don't remember. Oh, there's one thing I gotta do. You gotta wait.
Was that on tape?
No. So we would like to thank you for inviting us again to interview yourself and your students all the wonderful stories, and hopefully some youth will be able to take a look at this and become interested and reach out to you and become some more, you gain some more students, hopefully.
Very much. That's old head, huh?
That's all. Philly Old Head Review, signing out.